Chapter 1566. Master, Master, not good. Mr. Wenji's body is hot, and his breath is getting weaker. His condition seems to be worsening. At noon, Sun Simiao had just finished his lunch when Hu ran over and said anxiously, "What? This poor Taoist will come right away." Hearing this, Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed, and then he quickly walked towards Li Gang's room. "Master, look, Mr. Wenji is sweating a lot. Shall I get some medicine to reduce his fever?" Hu followed Sun Simiao to Li Gang's room. Seeing Li Gang sweating profusely, Hu hurriedly stepped forward and used a handkerchief to wipe Li Gang's sweat. After that, she turned to Sun Simiao and said, Sun Simiao had been observing Li Gang's complexion from the side. He frowned and said, "No need. Mr. Wenji is suffering from an internal deficiency and external heat. Yang deficiency is at the bottom and Yang deficiency is at the top. It's hot at the top and cold at the bottom. You can't just use medicine to reduce his fever." Hu frowned and couldn't help but touch the back of Li Gang's foot with her hand. Sure enough, it was cold to the touch. She said in surprise, "It's hot on the inside and cold on the outside." Master, Teacher Wenji. Speaking of this, she couldn't say the rest of her words, and a trace of deep sadness flashed in her eyes. Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Alas, you guessed right. This is a sign that his condition is worsening and he is about to die. The remaining life source in Mr. Wenji's body is rapidly dissipating to maintain the circulation of life. Actually, you go out first. Master is going to perform acupuncture for Mr. Wenji," who looked at the tired Sun Simiao with tears in her eyes. She shook her head and said, "No, Master, you haven't slept since last night and have been performing acupuncture for Mr. Wenji. If this goes on, you will definitely be exhausted." Sun Simiao said with a serious face, "Actually, saving the dying and healing the injured is the duty of us doctors. It is also the integrity that all doctors in the world have to practice for their whole lives. If I am afraid of difficulties and don't save people, how can this poor Taoist be worthy of the title of divine doctor? How can I face the hundreds of teachers and students on Yunshan? Quickly go and get the golden needles. Don't delay Teacher Wenji's treatment." Who actually looked at Sun Simiao, who had a haggard face and white hair but a resolute gaze. Endless respect grew in her heart. She knew that Sun Simiao could not be persuaded at this time, so she nodded and replied, "Yes, Master." After saying that, Hu turned around and left. Soon, she returned to the room with an exquisite wooden box in her hands. She handed it to Sun Simiao and said, "Master, your golden needle." "Yes. How dare you leave first? Close the door and don't let anyone disturb us." Sun Simiao took the wooden box and instructed, "Yes, Master," who actually wanted to stay and help, but she had never practiced internal martial arts. Naturally, there was no true qi in her body. Staying here would not help at all. It was better to go out and help Sun Simiao, because Sun Simiao could not be disturbed when he was performing acupuncture. "Brother Wenji, hang in there. Little Xian will be back soon." In the room, Sun Simiao looked at Li Gang, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and a haggard face. He sighed worriedly and said, only a few days had passed, but Li Gang looked as if he had aged a few years. It was said that illness came like a landslide. For the 82-year-old Li Gang, this sudden accident was burning the last of his life force, and he could die at any time. In fact, just looking at age, Sun Simiao was older than Li Gang by 6 years. However, Sun Simiao paid attention to health and had been practicing Taoist true qi. Therefore, the quality of his body was much better than Li Gang's. The same injury on Li Gang might be fatal, but on Sun Simiao, It was estimated that he would be fine after 2 days of recuperation. After sighing with emotion, Sun Simiao went forward to help Li Gang up. Half lying on the bed, he removed his outer robe and took out the golden needles from the wooden box. With lightning speed, he pierced 3 golden needles into the Zhong Ting, Jia Wei, and Juk acupoints on Li Gang's chest. These 3 acupoints were close to the heart, and if the strength was wrong or the position was off, it would be fatal. Ordinary doctors would be extremely careful when piercing these 3 acupoints, but Sun Simiao pierced all 3 at the same time. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without a trace of hesitation. After the golden needles were pierced into the 3 acupoints, Sun Simiao did not stop. He used his right hand to twirl the golden needles on the Zhongting, Fengwei, and Juk acupoints. Traces of Taoist true qi passed through the golden needles and slowly into Li Gang's body. Soon, the 3 golden needles began to vibrate together. Sun Simiao opened his palm, and an even more majestic true qi flowed from his palm into the golden needles. Then, through the golden needles, it was guided into Li Gang's heart meridian. Sun Simiao's goal was very simple. He wanted to use his Taoist true qi to supply energy to Li Gang's heart meridian, thereby reducing the consumption of Li Gang's life force. Li Gang's condition had reached such a stage that it was impossible to save him with the power of the medicinal stone. Because all medicine was 30% poisonous, any medicinal herb required the human body to use the liver, kidneys, and other organs to break it down in order for the medicine to work in the body. And all of this required energy to support it. Li Gang was already at the end of his life. It was already difficult for him to maintain the basic activities of life. If he were to take any more medicine, it would undoubtedly speed up his death. Because he understood this, Sun Simiao temporarily gave up on using medicine and switched to the method of transferring qi through the golden needles. It was just that this method of transferring qi through the golden needles consumed too much true qi. In less than 15 minutes, Sun Simiao's forehead was full of sweat. But Sun Simiao did not have any intention of stopping. He was still transferring qi through Li Gang with a serious face. Gradually, as time passed, Sun Simiao's face became paler and paler. However, Li Gang's face gradually became rosy. After some time, Sun Simiao finally could not hold on any longer. He lost his balance and almost fell onto the bed. Luckily, old Sun's hands and feet were still agile. He held onto the beam of the bed in time and steadied himself. Taoist Sun, don't waste your energy. I know that my time is up. I can't drag you down with me. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Gang, who had been in a deep sleep all this time, opened his eyes and spoke softly. Brother Wenji, you're awake. Hearing Li Gang's voice, Sun Simiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up straight and looked at Li Gang with a face of joy and said, Wenji, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by wasting my energy? Before I treat a patient, I will never care if that person can be saved or not, because no matter what kind of patient it is, I will try my best to save them. Until the last moment, life or death is uncertain. Li Gang used all his strength to move the corners of his mouth and smiled. Taoist Sun's medical ethics are noble and your medical skills are superb. Who doesn't know of this? Who doesn't know? But I am already at the age where I have one foot in the grave. If I die, so be it. Letting Taoist Sun waste his energy and affect the treatment of other patients is a huge sin. Sun Simiao sighed and said, I only used up some true qi. After resting for a few days, I will recover. But Wenji, you must hold on. Xiao Xian received the news and is already on his way back. With his help, Wenji, there is hope that your illness can be controlled. Hearing this, Li Gang was shocked and said, Yamacho is coming back? What about the Tuju Estate preceptor? have the secret scrolls of the academy been recovered? Sun Simiao replied, Don't worry. The Tuju estate preceptor has already escaped back to the grasslands. All the secret scrolls of the academy have been recovered by Xiao Xian. He is now rushing back to Yinshan. So, Brother Wenji, you must hold on. Hearing this, Li Gang's face suddenly flushed red. He smiled and said, Good, good. I must hold on until Yamacho comes back. Seeing this, Sun Simiao secretly cursed in his heart. At this time, Li Gang's face was flushed red. It was not a good thing, because it was a bit like the final radiance of the setting sun. When a person was on the verge of death, under the control of the cerebral cortex, it would quickly instruct the adrenal cortex and medulla to secrete glucocorticoids, mineralocorticoids, adrenaline, and norepinephrine. They could all stimulate the heart, constrict the blood vessels, and raise blood pressure. This would mobilize all the positive factors in the body, causing the patient to wake up from a coma, from being unable to speak to being able to speak, from not being able to eat to being able to eat and drink. These were all endocrine hormones under the command of the central nervous system. The final radiance of the setting sun had certain benefits for the patient and his family. If the person the patient was anxious to see was still on the way, it could prolong the patient's life to fulfill his long-cherished wish. If the patient still had things to say, it could also prolong the patient's life for a period of time. However, terminal lucidity mobilized the last bit of vitality and potential left in the patient's body to help the patient overcome the pain in a short period of time. Once this bit of vitality and potential was exhausted, there was nothing that could be done to save the patient. Brother Wenji, don't get too excited. Xiao Xian came back from Longmen Pass. It's about 500 to 600 miles in between. Even if he rode a fast horse, he would only reach Yinshan late at night, at the earliest. Brother Wenji, you must hold on. Sun Simiao saw that Li Gang's face was getting redder and redder, so he hurriedly said he had to stop Li Gang from using up his remaining vitality. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not be able to hold on until Li Zishuan came back. Longmen Pass. Sure enough, when he heard Sun Simiao say that Li Zishuan was still 500 to 600 miles away, Li Gang's eyes instantly dimmed a lot, and the redness on his face gradually faded. Then he muttered, Longmen County is a good place. If I remember correctly, Mr. Wang also came from Longmen Pass. I must wait until Yamacho comes back. Faith. Sometimes faith was a very magical thing. As long as there was a thought in one's heart, one would be able to persevere. Sun Simiao wanted to tell Li Gang about the time it would take for Li Zishuan to reach Yinshan. He wanted to instill in Li Gang's heart that he had to persevere until Li Zishuan came back. Seeing that Li Gang had finally calmed down, Sun Simiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, Wenji, have a good rest first. I'll make some porridge for you to fill your stomach. Thank you, Li Gang said weakly. After Sun Simiao helped Li Gang lie back on the bed, he turned around and left the room. At this moment, the sun outside had already moved to the southwest. It was about 5 in the afternoon. This healing process actually lasted for more than 2 hours. Master, are you okay? Hu Yao, who had been guarding outside the room, saw Sun Simiao walk out with a pale face. She quickly went up and supported Sun Simiao with a worried expression. I'm fine. I just need to rest. Sun Simiao waved his hand, then turned to look at Hu Yao and said, Yao, I'll give you a prescription. Quickly go and get the herbs according to the prescription. There can't be any mistakes. Prescription? Get the herbs? Hu Yao heard this, and her eyes widened. She said with a shocked expression, Master, are you planning to use medicine on Teacher Wenji? But Teacher Wenji's body is so weak now. How can he withstand the medicinal properties of various herbs? Hu Yao was respectfully called Little Fairy Doctor by many people. She still had this bit of medical knowledge. Even if Sun Simiao did not say it, she knew that with Sun Simiao's current body, he would not be able to withstand the power of the medicinal stone, no matter what. Sun Simiao sighed deeply and said, Teacher Wenji faintly showed signs of terminal lucidity just now, but I suppressed it. The speed of his deterioration is more serious than I thought. Now, even if Xiao Xian and Taoist Xianqing came to help, they might not be able to completely cure Wenji. So, the only thing we can do now is to take a risk. Master, why do we take a risk? Hu Yao asked curiously. Sun Simiao paused for a moment and opened his mouth to explain. Wenji is now completely relying on his will to support himself. Once Xiao Xian returns, this will dissipate, and Wenji will also show signs of terminal lucidity. At this time, the functions of all the organs in his body will be normal, although after this short period of normalcy, he will exhaust his life force and die. I can take advantage of this period of time when Wenji's body is normal to let the medicine enter his body and extend the time of terminal lucidity through the golden needle. As long as the medicine can take effect during this period of time, it can cure the symptoms and cure the root cause, fundamentally saving teacher Wenji's life. And this terminal lucidity will become a revival from the dead. Chapter 1567. Ginseng nourishes the 5 viscera, calms the spirit, stabilizes the soul. Antler nourishes the kidney, generates the essence, strengthens the muscles and bones. Sanchi stops bleeding and removes blood stasis, unclogs the meridians and relieves pain. Amber calms the nerves and facilitates the water flow. Placenta nourishes the innate, nourishes the qi, and nourishes the blood. In front of Yunshan's courtyard, after listening to Sun Simiao's prescription, who could not help but cover her mouth in surprise and said, Master, although these medicines are in line with teacher Wenji's current physical condition, their medicinal properties are extremely strong and extremely young. If teacher Wenji can't hold on, then, alas, that's why I said this is a risky move. Sun Simiao sighed helplessly and said, with Wenji's current condition, even if little Xian, Taoist Xianqing, and I join hands, we can only help teacher Wenji extend his life for a few more days. After all, it's treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. If we want to treat both the symptoms and the root cause, then we can only take the risk and try. Who said with a sad face, Master, is teacher Wenji's condition really that serious? Yes, I didn't expect that brother Wenji's condition would deteriorate so quickly. Now we can only hope that little Xian and Taoist Xianqing will come back soon. Sun Simiao frowned, stroked his beard, and sighed. Then he said tiredly, You go get the medicine quickly. I'll go in and rest for a while. In fact, since last night, Sun Simiao had been taking care of Li Gang in the courtyard. He had performed acupuncture for Li Gang no less than 4 times. Now, he was really exhausted. Although he was respectfully called a miracle doctor by the people, he knew that he was far from reaching the level of a miracle doctor. At most, he knew more than ordinary people in pharmacology, pathology, and diagnosis experience. Facing a patient like Li Gang who was extremely weak and could not use medicine, Sun Simiao also felt a little powerless. This was the same principle as a clever housewife could not cook without rice. Sun Simiao, as a doctor, was facing a dying patient who could not withstand the power of medicine. His skills were immediately limited by more than half. Fortunately, he had started to practice Taoist qi cultivation when he was young. That was why he was able to perform acupuncture on Li Gang and delay his illness. Otherwise, Li Gang would have died a long time ago. Master, quickly go and rest. I'll take care of teacher Wenji, who nodded and said, Yes. Sun Simiao glanced at Hu Jing, then turned and left. Qingke, why didn't you come to class this morning? During the afternoon break, at Yanhuang College. Sun Zifen came to Li Tai's seat and asked. Li Tai yawned. Last night, he and Li Er had stayed up the entire night in the Sweet Nectar Hall. In the morning, when he was snoring in his sleep, he was woken up by an imperial eunuch who asked him to send a telegram to urge Li Zishuan to come back quickly. After the imperial eunuch left, Li Tai tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. This was because the news of Li Gang's critical condition made his heart very heavy. Go, don't mention it. Last night, I accompanied my father in the palace to wait for news from the front lines. I fell asleep at about 5 o'clock in the morning and was even woken up to send an urgent report to Yamacho. How could I have the energy to come to class? Li Tai glanced at Sun Zifen and said unhappily, News from the front lines? Sun Zifen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He exclaimed, Chinke, what news from the front lines? Was that hateful Turkic state preceptor captured? Also, how is Yamacho now? Is he injured? He was so pleased with himself that his voice was a little loud. The other students around heard this and pricked up their ears curiously. Those who were far away couldn't help but come closer, wanting to get the first-hand news. Li Tai looked around and then glared at Sun Zifen. He said in a low voice, What are you shouting for? Do you think your father doesn't know about the news from the front lines? Why don't you go back and ask your father directly? No, it's only Wednesday today. The academy isn't on holiday, so how can I ask my father? Go, what are you looking at? Class is about to start. Won't you all go back to your seats? Sun Zifen complained for a while, but then he realized that he had overreacted and hurriedly waved his hands at the surrounding students. No, Zifen, Chinke, how is Yamacho? Not only are you concerned about Yamacho, but so are we, Wang Meng retorted, unafraid of Sun Zifen's might. The other students immediately joined in the commotion. Wang Meng is right. We are all concerned about Yamacho's safety. Chinke, quickly tell us. That's right. Also, has the Turkic state preceptor who stole the academy's secret files been captured? Mr. Zhang San, Mr. Mo, and Mr. Wenji are all seriously injured. Nothing must happen to Yamacho. Since Yanhuang College was attacked by Wu Jie that night, all the secret files were stolen. In addition, the bearded guest and Mo Huai were seriously injured, and the academy's acting Yamacho, Li Gang, was bedridden. For the newly established Yanhuang College, this was undoubtedly a very painful blow. The academy was currently without a leader, and everyone was in a state of panic. All the students urgently wanted to hear some good news, especially the students in Class 1 who were closest to Li Zishuan. They were most concerned about Li Zishuan's current situation. Everyone listened to me. Li Tai's face darkened. He could feel the worry and anxiety in the students' voices. Thinking about it, last night's battle in the north wasn't considered a secret. He pressed his hand down and said, Last night, Wu Jie fought with Yamacho at the Dragon Gate. Yamacho was seriously injured, but he was able to take the secret files that Wu Jie stole from the academy. After Wu Jie broke through the Dragon Gate, he successfully met up with the Ashina Serpent's army. What? Yamacho was seriously injured by Wu Jie? I already said that the Turkic state preceptor's martial arts are so high. Yamacho can't fight him alone. Now that Yamacho is also injured, what will the academy do? Fortunately, the academy's files were taken back by Yamacho. What's the point of those files being taken back? For the academy, Yamacho is the most important. With Yamacho, what can Yanhuang College not create? When the students heard that Li Zishuan was seriously injured by Wu Jie, they couldn't help but discuss loudly. To them, this news was no different from a bolt from the blue. After a while, the whole classroom was in chaos, and a feeling of panic quietly spread. This was because Li Zishuan was the sky of the Yanhuang Academy. All of them had resolutely joined the Yanhuang Academy because of Li Zishuan. If Li Zishuan fell, it would be tantamount to the collapse of the sky for them. How could this not make them panic? Silence! Everyone listen to me. I'm not done yet. Seeing the students in chaos, Li Tai hurriedly shouted, Yamacho is fine. Let me finish. Yamacho was later rescued by Taoist Xian Qing of Mount Longhu and is now in peace. Ashina Shirchu's army of 50,000 was surrounded by General Qin's troops and the northern province's soldiers at Yonghe Pass. In the end, Ashina Shirchu and Wu Jia were defeated and fled back to the grasslands with more than 1,000 soldiers. Hearing this, the students immediately cheered in surprise. What? Yamacho is fine? That's great. Qingke, is this news true? Is Yamacho really okay? Yes. Qingke, is this news reliable? Hearing that some people doubted the authenticity of the news, Li Tai couldn't help but stare. This news is naturally true. This morning, Yamacho was urgently summoned back by my imperial father. They should arrive at Yunshan tonight. If you don't believe me, you'll know when the time comes. What? Yamacho is already on the way back to Yunshan? Sun Zifen was surprised. That's right. Li Tai nodded. Teacher Wenji is critically ill, and Divine Dr. Sun can't deal with it alone. Yamacho and Taoist Xianqing are both skilled in medicine. With their help, Teacher Wenji's illness can be cured. Teacher Wenji is critically ill. Hearing this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink. Then, in their minds, the scene of Li Gang standing in front of the students and facing the peerless Master Wu Jia alone appeared, causing many of the students' eyes to turn red. Qingke, after school in the afternoon, let's go visit Teacher Wenji. Qin Huayu sighed and said, Okay. Li Tai nodded. In fact, even without Qin Huayu's suggestion, he also planned to visit Li Gang in the courtyard. I want to go too. Sun Zifen hurriedly agreed. I want to go too. Yuchi Baolin also spoke up. I want to go too. I want to go too. Not long after, all the students in the classroom started shouting at the same time. The sun was setting in the west. On the official road outside Yongji City in Puzhou, Li Zishuan was riding alone. As for Xianqing, he had already been left far behind. Along the way, Big White's speed and endurance had greatly exceeded his expectations. Basically, after riding Big White for 40 to 50 kilometers, and then using his Qinggong to rush for another 3 to 4 kilometers, Big White would be able to recover more than half of its strength. After that, he would be able to ride Big White and gallop wildly again. For example, the Turkic cavalry rode on 2 horses. This kind of long-distance attack could greatly increase their speed. Li Zishuan didn't have 2 horses, so he could only use this method of riding alone. Overall, his speed wasn't any slower than the speed of a single person riding 2 horses. According to the imperial edict that Li Er had sent to him through the telegraph, he only needed to rush from Longmen Pass to Yunshan. There was no need for him to rush so desperately. However, Li Zishuan had a vague, ominous premonition in his heart as he got closer to Chang, and the ominous premonition became stronger. Teacher Wenji, you must hold on. Although Li Zishuan didn't want this ominous premonition to be related to Li Gang, at this time, other than Li Gang's illness, he couldn't think of anything else that could make him feel so uneasy. Therefore, he could only pray silently as he ran. At Yunshan, after the afternoon classes, the students of Class 1 were led by Li Tai to Sun Simiao's courtyard to visit Li Gang. The students of the other classes also rushed over when they heard that Li Gang was critically ill. After a while, Sun Simiao's courtyard was filled with hundreds of students. It's actually a girl. Where's Teacher Wenji? The students all wanted to visit Teacher Wenji when they heard that he was critically ill. Li Tai, who was standing at the front of the group, asked Hu Jing, who had gone out to check on the situation. Li Gang usually treated the students of the academy very well. None of the students disrespected or disliked him. Although there were hundreds of people gathered outside the courtyard, no one made a fuss. Everyone was watching Li Tai and Hu Jing negotiate. They didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Li Gang, who was recuperating in the room. It was precisely because the students did not kick up a fuss that Hu Jing's expression became slightly better. She looked at Li Tai, frowned, and said softly, "Your Highness Prince of Wei, Teacher Wenji is now critically ill. My master is currently administering acupuncture and transferring qi to Teacher Wenji. Both of them need to be quiet and should not be disturbed. Once my young master and Taoist priest Xian Qing arrive at Yinshan, my master will work with them to save Teacher Wenji. Now, your Highness and young masters should return." Although Li Tai was anxious, he knew that Hu Jing's words made sense. He nodded sadly and cupped his hands, saying, "All right then, Miss, if Teacher Wenji gets better, please come to the academy to inform us. Tai will be very grateful." Who actually nodded her head lightly and replied, Go back." Li Tai turned around and waved to the rest of the students. Although the students were unwilling in their hearts, they had no other choice in the current situation. They could only leave. Thus, the students reluctantly looked at the door of the courtyard as they moved their feet and turned to leave. Wait. Chapter 1568. Teacher Wenji, don't worry. We'll definitely do our best tomorrow. Teacher Wenji, don't worry. We'll definitely do our best tomorrow. Li Gang's words didn't sound out of place when spoken by Sun Simiao. Instead, Sun Simiao's low tone resonated with the students, especially when they thought about how Li Gang was bedridden and needed someone else to relay his words. The students couldn't help but feel sour in their hearts. Thus, under the leadership of Li Tai, the group of students spoke with determination. Finishing their words, the students bowed towards the direction of the courtyard before turning around and leaving. The academy had a self-study session at night. After listening to Li Gang's words, the students' hearts were filled with energy as they planned to shine in this final exam. At the very least, they couldn't disappoint Li Gang. "Boyong, help me get a meal from the cafeteria later." "I won't be going." I was just about to say that. "Wenbo, why don't you help me get a meal?" I suddenly remembered that I still haven't figured out the question that Teacher Su taught yesterday. You only haven't figured out one question. I still have a few questions that I haven't figured out in the previous math exam. Hurry up and help me get a meal. I'm going back to the classroom to study. It's settled then. After the exam, I'll treat you to a big meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. No, I don't want to go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I want to study. After leaving the courtyard, the students hastened their footsteps and walked towards the academy. Many students didn't even bother to eat dinner in order to be able to cram before the exam. At this time, if anyone were to disturb their studies, that person would be their life and death enemy and would definitely not be forgiven. "Master, are you hungry? I'll go and cook for you." After the students left, the courtyard instantly became quiet. Hu actually raised his head and looked towards Sun Simiao and asked. Sun Simiao thought for a moment and said, "No need to trouble yourself. Go to the academy's cafeteria and get some porridge. Brother Wenji can only eat this now." "Yes, Master," Hu actually responded, and hurriedly went to the kitchen to get cutlery. Sun Simiao looked in the direction where the students left and sighed with a complicated expression. A moment later, he returned to Li Gang's room with his hands behind his back. "Daoist son, have the children gone back?" When Li Gang heard the sound of the door being pushed open, He quickly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Sun Simiao. They're all going back. Sun Simiao walked to the bedside and bent down to check Li Gang's pulse. It's good that he left. It's good that they're gone. These children are still young and have a good time to learn. How can they waste their time on an old man like me? Hearing this, Li Gang's face relaxed as he muttered to himself. Sun Simiao frowned. After an entire afternoon, Li Gang's pulse had become even weaker. This meant that Li Gang's life was rapidly draining away. This was not a good sign. According to this speed, Li Gang probably wouldn't be able to last until dawn tomorrow. What? Is it because my body can't take it anymore? Li Gang had lived for a long time and had the ability to observe people's expressions. He quickly noticed Sun Simiao's serious expression. After thinking for a while, he understood. However, there wasn't the slightest fear on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly. Life and death were nothing. After these few days of struggling back and forth between life and death, Li Gang had already seen through life and death. In fact, his heart was already prepared for death. Brother Wenji, the students of the academy all hope that you can recover as soon as possible. You must hold on. She actually went to the cafeteria to get some porridge. Eat some before you rest. I estimate that Xiaoxian will be back in a few hours. Regarding Li Gang's illness, Sun Simiao chose to avoid talking about it. At this time, the most important thing was to stimulate Li Gang's desire for life. Yamacho, Li Gang murmured, and his eyes suddenly became deep. Then he turned to look at Sun Simiao. When their eyes met, Li Gang sighed and said, Taoist son, this old man is not afraid of death, but this old man also doesn't want to die. Since Yanhuang College was established last year, a group of children have been cultivated into talents that are absolutely useful to the Tang Empire in just 1 year. Any one of these children is 100 times better than those weak scholars at the foot of the mountain who only know how to talk and talk without any illness. In Yanhuang College, this old man saw the hope of a prosperous Tang Empire and a prosperous Central Plains. This old man can't bear to part with this new and high-spirited college, and even more can't bear to part with this group of vigorous and hard-working children. This old man really wants to see Yanhuang College become the most respected institution in the Tang Empire. This old man also wants to see all these students become talents and take charge of various areas in the Tang Empire. Therefore, this old man can't bear to die. At the end of his speech, a drop of turbid tears slid down from the corner of Li Gang's eye. After hearing this, Sun Simiao couldn't help but fall silent. The time he spent in Yunshan was shorter than Li Gang, only about half a year. However, he was also a teacher at Yanhuang College and a medical student. He often interacted with those vigorous students. To be honest, his heart that had long seen through the mortal world and was without joy or sorrow couldn't help but waver. If he were to leave Yunshan now and wander around the world, Sun Simiao asked himself honestly, it was very likely that he would be reluctant to leave. Yunshan was a very magical place. Everyone who came here would be reluctant to leave in the end. Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other teachers were like this. In the future, those students who graduated from Yanhuang College would also be like this. How is Yunshan? Has Li Zixuan returned? In Ganlu Hall, Li Er had returned after dinner to review the memorials. As soon as he sat down, he asked. Zhao Song stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, everything is as usual at Yunshan. However, I heard that Teacher Wenji's health is not good. As for the Marquis of Yong, and he should not have reached Chang, and yet, continue to investigate. If Li Zixuan returns to Yunshan, report to me immediately. Li Er's gaze was deep. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Song and ordered, although Li Gang was the teacher of the hidden crown prince. Li Gang, this didn't stop Li Er from admiring the old man's knowledge and character. If possible, Li Er was even willing to send all the imperial physicians to Yunshan to treat Li Gang's illness. However, even if all the imperial physicians were sent, it would be futile. In the morning at the Yunshan residence, Sun Simiao had told Li Er that Li Gang's current condition could not be treated with medicine, and it was not something that could be cured with medicinal stones. He could only rely on the golden needle to pass qi to prolong his life. How could ordinary imperial physicians help? Moreover, if Sun Simiao, the peerless divine physician, couldn't treat his illness, what use would the rest of the imperial physicians be? This old servant obeys. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. Giddy up! Giddy up! Li Zishuan, who was the subject of countless people's thoughts, was running rapidly on a mountain road 10 miles north of Xinfeng County. The place he was at was called the Taihang Mountains in modern times. In ancient times, it was called the Taibai Mountains. It was surrounded by forests, and there was only one main road in the middle for people to walk on. In the middle of the forest, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard everywhere. Anyone walking on this road alone would feel afraid. Although Li Zishuan lived in a village in his previous life, he had never walked on a mountain road in the middle of the night. It was impossible for him to say that he wasn't afraid at all. Although he had transmigrated into a different body, his soul was still the same. Naturally, his personality wouldn't change either. However, in this life, he had martial arts and was one of the top fighters in the Jianghu. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. With martial arts, Li Zishuan wasn't scared to the point of cowering in fear, even if he was walking on a road in the middle of the night. Furthermore, he was in a hurry to return to Yun Mountain to save Li Gang. How would he have the time to think about such nonsense? Therefore, no matter how dark and scary the forest on both sides of the road was, he didn't turn his head to look at it. He only focused on controlling Big White to run forward. Isn't that the direction of the Serpent Spirit Mountain? Why is there a fire at the top of the mountain? Because it was a cloudy night, and there was no moon. The night sky was as dark as ink. Therefore, the fire at the top of a mountain 2 miles ahead of Li Zishuan was particularly eye-catching. Li Zishuan discovered the abnormality at the top of the mountain almost immediately. What surprised him wasn't the fire at the top of the mountain, but the location of the mountain. It was the Spirit Snake Mountain. Back then, Li Zishuan had driven the celestial lamp to the top of the Spirit Snake Mountain and bombed it from all directions. Therefore, he was very familiar with the location of the Spirit Snake Mountain. He was very sure that the mountain with the fire was the Spirit Snake Mountain. Strange. The 7 cultivators of true virtue has already been exterminated. Why is there still a fire at the Spirit Snake Mountain? Could it be that there are still remnants of the 7 cultivators of true virtue living there? Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself in a low voice. Although he had all kinds of doubts in his heart, he didn't have any intention of changing his route. After all, the most important thing right now was to return to Yun Mountain and save Li Gang. Li Junjian, you're crazy. The dragon had said that no lights are allowed on the Spirit Snake Mountain at night. Who told you to light a fire? On the Serpent Spirit Mountain, a burly man in gray clothes saw someone burning a bonfire on the edge of the cliff in the west. He hurriedly walked forward and recognized the identity of the man beside the bonfire. Then, the burly man in gray clothes sternly scolded, "Lord Meng." The man sitting beside the fire was Li Junxian. When he heard someone coming from behind him, he quickly stood up and said, "Lord Meng, my brothers went down the mountain today and caught a chicken. I happen to be good at roasting chicken. So I wanted to roast a chicken in the middle of the night to show my respect to Lord Meng. Lord Meng, please forgive me. Please don't report this to the dragon head. After saying that, Li Junxian waved the roasted chicken with a wooden stick in his hand. The rich and fragrant aroma of chicken immediately rushed toward the man in gray. The man in black's expression froze for a moment before he laughed heartily. Ha ha, since it's your kind intention, I won't be polite. Quick, put out the fire, and don't let anyone see it. Yes, Lord Meng. Chapter 1569. Mr. Wenji. After Li Zishuan got off his horse, he didn't even have time to rest. He directly rushed into the courtyard and sensed the fluctuation of true energy in the room near the west side. Then, without thinking, he walked in that direction and pushed the door open. Li Zishuan's heart ached when he saw the haggard Li Gang lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. He felt both grief and self-reproach as he called out to Li Gang. Xiaoxian, you're back. Sun Simiao's body trembled, which almost affected the acupuncture. After stabilizing his hands, Sun Simiao turned around and said excitedly. At the same time, his tensed heart finally relaxed. However, this relaxation caused his entire body to become unsteady. Taoist Sun. Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's excited face at first, but then he put his hand on his forehead, and his body swayed. He quickly stepped forward and supported Sun Simiao. At the same time, a pure Taoist genuine qi, no, it was Taoist true essence, followed Li Zishuan's palm and passed into Sun Simiao's body from his back. Taoist Sun, your internal breath is almost exhausted. You'd better have a good rest. It was when he was transmitting his Jinqi to Sun Simiao to nurse his body that he found that Sun Simiao's meridians were dry. Thinking of the scene where Sun Simiao was injecting Jinqi into Li Gang's body before he came in, he instantly understood that old Sun's Jinqi was overused and his physical strength was exhausted. You can't rest. You can't rest. Brother Wenji's breath is weak, and his life is in danger. If he doesn't have genuine qi to sustain his life, I'm afraid he will die. Sun Simiao said tiredly. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and said in surprise, Xiaoxian, your genuine qi, did you make a breakthrough in your martial arts realm? Sun Simiao found that the purity and quantity of genuine qi in Li Zishuan's body were completely different from before. He was shocked. Let's talk about this later. Taoist Sun, you sit aside and adjust your qi circulation. I'll transfer qi into Mr. Wenji's body. In this short period of time, Li Zishuan had already used his true qi to help Sun Simiao recuperate his body. Finished speaking, he removed his hand from Sun Simiao's back and went directly to the front of the bed. He saw that Li Gang's chest still had 3 golden needles sticking out. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, I found the acupoints. I only need to control the genuine qi to enter Li Gang's body through the golden needles. Otherwise, I may not necessarily be able to do acupuncture. Although he had solved the cholera in Chang and city before, it was just a coincidence. At that time, he happened to recover the memory of pathology and pharmacology of his predecessor. In addition, the old Chinese medicine doctor in his village in his previous life had told him about cholera, so he came up with the prescription to treat cholera. But when it came to feeling the pulse and applying acupuncture, he really didn't dare to rashly try. Although he was very familiar with hundreds of acupoints on the human body because of his martial arts practice, he not only had to know the position of the acupoints, but also had to control the strength. Sometimes, when the position was right, the strength was not suitable, which would affect the treatment effect. But now that Sun Simiao had helped him with the acupuncture, he didn't need to worry about this anymore. Old Sun's acupuncture skills were absolutely beyond doubt. Now he only needed to transfer the genuine qi to Li Gang through the golden needles, which was what he was good at. After all, he was a master at the late stage of the supreme power realm. So his control of the genuine qi was absolutely accurate. Li Zishuan's right thumb and middle finger pinched a golden needle on the Zhongding acupoint. The golden needle slowly rotated on his fingertips, and the Taoist genuine qi in his body quickly flowed like a trickle into Li Gang's heart meridian. At the same time, Li Zishuan suddenly felt an inexplicable familiar feeling in his heart. It felt like he had used this slender golden needle before. This made Li Zishuan very puzzled. Xiao Xian, why did you come back alone? Where is Taoist Xianqing? At this time, Sun Simiao, who was sitting aside and adjusting his qi circulation, asked. Li Zishuan came back from his meditation and replied, Uncle is still behind. His horse is not as fast as my Whitey, so it will take a while for him to arrive at Yunshan. Sun Simiao nodded and said, I see. According to my original estimation, you should arrive at Yunshan at least at midnight. Now you have arrived nearly 4 hours earlier. It must be because of your Whitey. Speaking of Whitey, Li Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim, I only knew that Whitey was quite intelligent, but I didn't expect its endurance to be so outstanding. This time, Whitey really played a big part in rushing back to Yunshan from Jiang province. Mr. Wenji's heart seems to be beating more vigorously. Sun Simiao was shocked when he heard this. He quickly got up and said, Really? Let me take a look. After that, he quickly walked to the bed, leaned over and pressed Li Gang's pulse, and began to feel Li Gang's pulse. After a while, Sun Simiao straightened up and said with joy, Indeed, little Xian, it seems that your true qi is more effective than mine. I reckon that brother Wenji will wake up soon. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Although Mr. Wenji's heart is beating more vigorously now, it is still very weak compared to a normal person. Taoist son, what is the source of Mr. Wenji's weakness? This was a question that he urgently wanted to know. Before returning to Yunshan, he roughly heard about the situation that night from Meng Wenhao. Logically speaking, Li Gang only suffered some superficial wounds at most. His life shouldn't be in danger. Sun Simiao sighed and said, Little Xian, Wenji is already 82 years old this year. Once a person gets older, their limbs, bones, and internal organs become more fragile. Although brother Wenji only suffered some superficial wounds that night, for a person of his age, such injuries can be fatal. It's not his body that is injured, but his vitality. When his vitality dissipates, it will be the day his soul returns to the world. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, Since he has lost his vitality, why don't you give Mr. Wenji some medicine to consolidate his vitality? The effect should be better if the medicine is combined with the gold needles, right? Sun Simiao shook his head and said, When brother Wenji was first sent here, he could still take some medicine, but later his body became weaker and weaker to the point where he couldn't withstand the power of the medicine. After all, medicine is 30% poison. He doesn't have the ability to detoxify the poison in the medicine now. Giving him medicine is tantamount to feeding him poison. I see. After hearing this, Li Zishuan knew how weak Li Gang's body was at the moment. Sun Simiao was exhausted from transferring true qi to Li Gang. If he came back later, Li Gang would probably die. Sister Yushi, is brother little Xian back? In the main hall of Sun Simiao's courtyard, Han Yushi and Li Lian's family of 3 were all here. As soon as the two sides met, little Anren ran over quickly and looked up at Han Yushi. Compared to before, little Anren's face no longer had the innocent smile of the past. His eyes were also red. He must have cried many times this day. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Han Yushi bent down and stroked Li Anren's little face. She said affirmatively, "Yes, Anren, your brother little Xian is indeed back. He's now inside treating your grandfather. Let's wait outside now. Don't disturb him." Speaking of which, she saw Big White outside the courtyard just now. Naturally, she was sure that Li Zishuan had returned to Yun Mountain. Yes, yes. Li Anren nodded heavily. Then he looked up at Han Yushi with a hopeful expression and asked, "Sister Yushi, brother little Xian can definitely cure grandfather's illness, right?" Looking at the pleading in the depths of Li Anren's eyes, Han Yushi felt very uncomfortable. This reminded her of the way her mother looked at the doctors in the city when she was about to die. It was exactly the same as the way Li Anren was looking at her now. After a moment of silence, Han Yushi said softly, "He will. Anren, your grandfather's illness will definitely be cured. Yamacho, you're back?" In the room, after about half an hour, Li Gang finally woke up from his deep sleep. After seeing Li Zishuan in front of him, Li Gang was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, I'm back. Mr. Wenji, I'm back late. I've made you suffer." Li Zishuan's nose twitched, and he almost cried out. Li Gang was already at the age where he could enjoy the rest of his life. Why was he still working hard on Yin Mountain? Why was he injured? In the end, wasn't it because of him, Li Zishuan? It's this old man who made Yamacho worry and run around. Alas, once a person gets old, they'll become useless. Li Gang didn't want Li Zishuan to blame himself too much, so he quickly took over the conversation and said, "Mr. Wenji, please don't say that. You're the anchor of Yanhuang College. You can't fall. I'll definitely cure you." Li Zishuan said anxiously as he channeled his true qi into his body. Sun Simiao, who was standing to the side, frowned and hurriedly bent over to take Sun Simiao's pulse. As soon as he took Li Gang's pulse, Sun Simiao's expression changed drastically. Li Gang's pulse was gradually becoming stronger and more like that of a normal person. This was the final radiance of the setting sun, a sign of dying. "Master, Mr. Wenji's medicine is ready." Right at this moment, who actually walked in with a large porcelain bowl. Steam was rising from the top of the bowl, and the smell of Chinese medicine could be smelled from afar. Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Sun Simiao in confusion. He remembered that old Sun had said that Li Gang's body couldn't withstand the power of the medicine. What did who mean by bringing a bowl of medicine over? Put it down. Although he noticed Li Zishuan's puzzled look, Sun Simiao didn't explain anything. Instead, he said to Hu calmly, "Yes, Master," who placed the porcelain bowl on the bedside table and then carefully retreated. Li Zishuan's nose twitched, and he took a few deep breaths. He was familiar with medicine and medicinal properties, so he instantly smelled the herbs in this bowl of medicine. Mountain ginseng, purple placenta, deer antler, Panax nodo ginseng, amber. Li Zishuan's expression abruptly changed. There was nothing wrong with the prescription itself, and it was even a top-notch prescription for replenishing qi. However, the problem lay in the fact that this prescription was too good. It was so good that Li Gang's body could not bear it, because the medicinal properties were too strong. "Xiaoxian, come out with me for a moment." Sun Simiao put down Li Gang's wrist and said with a serious look. After that, he nodded to Li Gang and signaled him to rest assured. Then he turned around and left the room with his hands behind his back. "Okay." Li Zishuan was about to ask Sun Simiao what had happened. He nodded quickly and looked at Li Gang. "Mr. Wenji, please rest for a moment. I'll be back soon." "Ha ha, go." Ever since he woke up and saw Li Zishuan, the smile on Li Gang's face never stopped. This was because Li Zishuan was his obsession, being able to see Li Zishuan, one last time before he died, could be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. Li Zishuan got up and followed Sun Simiao out of the room. They went to another room next door. He couldn't wait to ask Priest Sun, the mountain ginseng, purple placenta, deer antler, panax, nodo ginseng, and amber in that bowl of medicine are all extremely strong yang medicines. How can you give them to Mr. Wenji? With his current body, how can he withstand such a strong medicinal effect? Sun Simiao turned around and looked at Li Zishuan. He said with a serious face, Xiaoxian, didn't you notice that Mr. Wenji's heartbeat is getting stronger and stronger? He's becoming more and more like a normal person? Hearing Sun Simiao suddenly mention this, Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, It seems so, but isn't this a good thing? It means that Mr. Wenji's condition is getting better. That's not the case. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Wenji didn't take any medicine. How can his breath and pulse get stronger and stronger? It's like a pool of water without a source. The water level can't rise out of thin air unless there's a storm. Then Mr. Wenji. Li Zishuan also felt that Sun Simiao's analysis was reasonable. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He asked in a deep voice. Sun Simiao sighed and said, Wenji is having a final radiance. At this moment, all the life potential in his body has been stimulated. That's why his heartbeat is getting stronger and stronger, and he's becoming more and more like a normal person. What? Li Zishuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body was stunned on the spot. Sun Simiao continued, That's why I plan to use strong medicine when Wenji's body is in its best condition. I'll make this final radiance of the setting sun come back to life. Only in this way can Wenji have a chance to live. Strong medicine for critical illness. After Li Zishuan understood Sun Simiao's meaning, his face couldn't help but change. He never thought that Li Gang would be faced with a life and death choice as soon as he came back. If he retreated, he would definitely die, but he wouldn't die immediately. If he advanced, he might have a chance to live, but if he failed, Li Gang might not live past tonight. Xiaoxian, while Wenji's body is in good condition, we have to feed him the medicine as soon as possible. Then you and I will use the golden needles to help him dissolve the medicine and prolong the final radiance of the setting sun. If Wenji can successfully absorb all the medicine, there's still hope for him to live. Sun Simiao's expression was solemn. He then stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and said in a deep voice, Priest Sun, how confident are you? Li Zishuan's eyes were red as he asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 1570. Little Xian, a 10% chance or a 100% chance is the same to this Taoist. Because no matter what the situation is, this Taoist will do his best. This is a matter of life and death. And this Taoist cares about the patient's life more than anyone else. Sun Simiao spoke to Li Zishuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, in a courtyard in Yinshan. Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was the Medicine King, Sun Simiao. In the great Tang Dynasty, if he didn't even trust Sun Simiao, who else could he trust? All right, Taoist Sun, we'll do as you say. If you need anything from this little one, just let me know. Time was of the essence, and Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Thus, he decisively made a decision. All right. Sun Simiao nodded in satisfaction, and the two of them walked back into the room. Taoist Sun, the medicine on the table is for this old man, right? As soon as the two of them entered the room, Li Gang, who was lying on the bed, spoke. Li Zishuan looked over and saw that Li Gang had already sat up on the bed. His complexion was rosy, and he looked much better than before. However, Li Zishuan didn't feel happy because of this. Instead, his mood became even heavier because the better Li Gang's complexion was, the more vitality he was burning in his body, and the less time he could last. Sun Simiao said expressionlessly, "That's right. That was prepared for you. This Taoist actually called him over to serve you medicine." "Let me do it." Li Zixuan stepped forward and said. With that, he picked up the steaming bowl of medicine on the table and walked to the bed. Li Gang smiled gently and said, "Yamacho, there's no need to trouble yourself. This old man feels much better now. I can do it myself." As he spoke, Li Gang stretched out his hands, wanting to take the bowl of medicine from Li Zixuan's hands. Li Zixuan's expression froze. Now that things had come to this, he hesitated. After a moment, he looked at Li Gang and asked, "Mr. Wenji, if there is a way to make your body completely better, but this method has risks, it might—" "Ha! Yamacho, you don't have to say it. This old man is willing to try." Before Li Zixuan could finish his words, Li Gang impatiently interrupted. "I know my own body well. Even if Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb and Yamacho's internal strength is profound, I can at most prolong my life for a few more days. However, the academy has just started to improve, and I don't want to die yet. If there is really a way for me to recover completely, I'm willing to give it a try no matter how big the risk is." Desire. From Li Gang's eyes, Li Zixuan could see the old man's desire for life. Reluctance. From the old man's eyes, Li Zixuan could also see his reluctance to part with this world, or rather, to part with Yunshan. At this moment, Li Zixuan's heart was filled with regret and bitterness. If he had not followed the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to eliminate the locusts, even if Wu Jia had infiltrated the Tang Empire, he would not have dared to rashly attack Yunshan. Even if Wu Jia had infiltrated Yunshan, with him there, he would not have let Li Gang face Wu Jia alone and be seriously injured. If none of this had happened, Li Gang naturally would not be lying in bed at this moment, facing the choice of life and death. "Xiaoxian, there's not much time left." Sun Simiao could not help but remind him. "Oh, okay." Li Zixuan came back to his senses and quickly sat by the bed. He said to Li Gang, "Come, Mr. Wenji, I'll feed you medicine." Li Gang nodded. Li Zixuan held the bowl of medicine and used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of medicine. He gently blew on it and brought it to Li Gang's mouth. Li Gang opened his mouth, leaned forward slightly, and swallowed the medicine without hesitation. Although the medicine was bitter, Li Gang did not frown because he knew that this medicine was life-saving. This was the first time Li Zixuan had fed medicine to someone in this life. He fed it very carefully, for fear of spilling a single drop. But at the same time, his heart was also very heavy because he did not know what would happen to this old man after drinking this bowl of medicine. Would he come back from the dead, or would he fall into a deep sleep? Thinking of this, he felt that the bowl of medicine in his hand had become incomparably heavy, so heavy that he could not lift it. "Thank you for your trouble, Yamacho." After a while, the medicine in the bowl was finished. Li Gang took the handkerchief from Sun Simiao and smiled gently. Not to mention anything else, just being able to see Li Zixuan before his death was enough for Li Gang, and he had no regrets. "Mr. Wenji, after taking the medicine, you must lie down as soon as possible, close your eyes, and calm your mind. Do not be agitated and harm your body." Seeing that Li Gang had finished taking the medicine, Sun Simiao quickly went forward and reminded him, "Okay, Daoist son, do as you please, there is no need to hold back. Anyway, this old man is a dying man. If I can be saved, it will be my great luck. If I can't be saved, then it is my fate." Li Gang nodded and said with an indifferent expression. After that, he closed his eyes and lay flat on the bed. His breathing gradually became even. "Xiaoxian, let's begin." Sun Simiao saw this and said in a low voice. Li Zixuan's face was serious as he nodded and replied, "Okay." This guy agreed very straightforwardly, but Sun Simiao's next sentence made him dumbfounded. "Then you will do the acupuncture. This poor Taoist will tell you which acupuncture points to use." "Ah, Sun, priest Sun, aren't you going to do the acupuncture?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Sun Simiao said helplessly, "Mr. Wenji's heart pulse is weak. The person who performs the acupuncture must use qi to control the needle. In my current condition, I can't perform the acupuncture for a long time. Only you, Xiaoxian, can do it for me." Li Zixuan said with a bitter face, "But, priest Sun, I am not good at acupuncture." Sun Simiao heard this and said with a shocked face, "How is that possible? When priest Spirit Void was alive, his acupuncture skills were unparalleled in the world. As his last disciple, how can you not be good at acupuncture? Xiaoxian, are you lying to this poor Taoist?" Li Zixuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Priest Sun, last year when I was in the Zhongnan Mountains, I was accidentally beaten down a cliff by the mountain bandits. There are some things in the past that I can't remember clearly, including the acupuncture skills that my master taught me. This kind of strange thing happened." Sun Simiao said with some disbelief. Li Zixuan was embarrassed, but he couldn't tell Sun Simiao that he was an outsider and that his memory was not completely integrated when his soul crossed over, right? If he really said that, Sun Simiao probably wouldn't believe him. "Priest Sun, how about this?" Li Zixuan saw that the rise and fall of Li Gang's chest was gradually stabilizing. He guessed that Li Gang had fallen asleep. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Just at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of an idea and said, "Taoist Sun, I will pass my true qi to you. You can perform acupuncture. This way, you won't have to worry about your true qi drying up." Sun Simiao's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and said, "Xiaoxian, this method is feasible, but for you, the consumption of your true qi will be very terrifying. It will be faster than you using your true qi to perform acupuncture. Have you thought about it?" Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and said, "I have thought about it. Don't worry, priest Sun. I can definitely hold on. In addition, my martial uncle is also rushing back to Cloud Mountain. With martial uncle around, teacher Wenji will definitely be fine." Sun Simiao thought about it and then nodded. "That's good. Let's begin." After saying that, he took a wooden box from the table next to him and took out 2 golden needles from the wooden box. Then Sun Simiao took a deep breath and suddenly moved his hands at the same time. 1 upward and 2 downward, he stabbed Li Gang's Fengmen and Juyin acupoints. Li Zixuan, who was standing at the side, saw Sun Simiao's amazing acupuncture technique and couldn't help but be immersed in it for a moment. "Xiaoxian, quickly transfer your true qi to this poor priest." Just as Li Zixuan was immersed in Sun Simiao's extraordinary acupuncture technique, Sun Simiao's words woke him up from his contemplation. "Oh, okay." Li Zixuan hurriedly responded. Then he put his palm on Sun Simiao's back and controlled his true qi to slowly enter Sun Simiao's body. He and Sun Simiao were both Taoists. Although they practiced different qi-nourishing skills, they were essentially of the same origin, and there was no mutual rejection of true qi. However, Sun Simiao was right about one thing. That was by transferring true qi to others and then letting others use qi to control the needles, the consumption of true qi would be even greater. Fortunately, Li Zixuan was now a martial arts master at the late stage of the Supreme Power realm. The amount of true qi he had was not the same as before. According to Xian Qing's words, Li Zixuan not only had true qi in his body, but also the true essence that only the masters of the supreme power realm had. This was what Li Zixuan was relying on now. With the support of Li Zixuan's true qi, Sun Simiao's movements became faster. In just a few breaths, Li Gang's body was covered with 12 golden needles. When Sun Simiao was inserting the needles were quickly and smoothly pushed in at the right time. Li Zixuan was amazed by Sun Simiao's performance. He thought to himself that Sun Simiao was indeed a miracle-working doctor. With just this acupuncture technique, he could dominate the world for hundreds of years. As time passed slowly, Sun Simiao's movements became faster and faster. Correspondingly, Li Zixuan felt that the consumption of true qi in his body was getting faster and faster. According to the consumption rate of true qi, Li Zixuan felt that the true qi in his body would be exhausted in 2 hours at most. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan could not help but frown. At this moment, he finally felt that it was tricky. Li Gang, who was lying on the bed, had more and more golden needles on his body. The pain caused by the needles piercing his skin did not keep Li Gang awake. Less than half a quarter of an hour after Sun Simiao inserted the needles, Li Gang had fallen asleep. The frequency of his chest rising and falling was slowly decreasing. Although the speed of decrease was very slow, Li Zixuan next to him noticed it. Oh no! Mr. Wenji's breathing rate has changed from 18 times per minute to 14 times per minute. It seems that the bowl of decoction is harming the original vitality in his body while consolidating his corporeity. It can't go on like this. Li Zixuan had been paying attention to Li Gang's breathing rate, so he could notice such a small change as the loss of 4 breaths per minute. A normal person's breathing rate was 16 to 18 times per minute. Now, Li Gang's breathing rate was only 14 times per minute. Li Zixuan thought that it was a bit serious. It meant that Li Gang was probably in a deep coma now, and the vitality in his body was rapidly decreasing. After hesitating for a while, Li Zixuan carefully mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, which was the Zhenqi that Xian Qing mentioned. He did not dare to transfer all of this Zhenqi to Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao had practiced some Taoist kung fu, he did not practice it for fighting. Therefore, the toughness of Sun Simiao's meridians was far weaker than the warriors in the same realm. For this reason, Li Zixuan separated a very small trace of the Zhenqi in his body, pushed it out of his meridians, and then passed it to Sun Simiao through his palm. Sun Simiao's body suddenly trembled because he suddenly felt a very lively and vigorous qi enter his body. Then, this trace of qi was not under his control at all. It directly drifted out of his meridians, followed his palm, and then followed the golden needle in Li Gang's chest and drilled into Li Gang's heart meridian. Humph! Li Gang, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly groaned. His pale face quickly became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Sun Simiao could not help but be overjoyed. He murmured, "It's done. The decoction is finally working. Wenji's body is gradually getting better. Little Xian, work harder. We must buy time for Wenji." Seeing that the trace of Zhenqi did not cause any harm to Li Gang, Li Zixuan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he heard Sun Simiao's excited shout. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Daoist son, just do your best. I can still hold on." Sun Simiao let out a light sigh and nodded, "Good. Then I'll continue with the acupuncture." With that, Sun Simiao took out 3 more golden needles from the wooden box and pierced them into Li Gang's Shinkei, Shimen, and Zhongzhu acupuncture points. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, good news, good news. Sweet Du Hall." Li Er finished reading the memorials and was preparing to return to the harem to rest. Suddenly, Zhao Song walked in quickly from outside and said excitedly, Your Majesty, Marquis Yong, and has returned to Cloud Mountain. He is now working with Dr. Sun to treat teacher Wenji. What? Lisa Schwan is back. Li Er was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "This kid came back so quickly? I thought he would only reach Cloud Mountain after midnight." Zhao Song smiled and said, "The Shuo province is more than 600 miles away from Cloud Mountain. It is indeed a miracle that Marquis Yong and could come back so quickly. I didn't expect it either." Li Er walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. Then he turned around and said to Zhao Song, "Send someone to inform Dugu Xian that if there are any changes in teacher Wenji's condition, immediately send someone to inform me. The night guards of Chang and city and the palace are not to obstruct the messenger from Cloud Mountain." If it was not for the fact that it was already late at night, Li Er would have personally gone to Cloud Mountain. However, he was the emperor after all. If news of him not staying in the palace at night, but bringing his guards out of the palace, or even out of the city were to spread, wouldn't his subordinates be furious? Therefore, he could only rely on Dugu Xian to send someone to deliver the message. "As you wish." Hearing this, Zhao Song was not surprised. He respectfully cupped his hands and promised. Then he turned around and left the palace to deliver the decree. Chapter 1571. Clang, clang, clang. In the academy, most of the students in Class 1 did not rush out of the classroom and return to the dormitory to rest as usual. Instead, they sat quietly in their seats and flipped through their books, as if they did not hear the gongs and drums. "Qingke, how do you think teacher Wenji is doing now?" Yuchi Baolin lay weakly on the table. After hesitating for a long time, he got up and walked to Li Tai, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Li Tai was still doing exercises. When he heard this, he immediately stopped writing. He thought seriously and said, "The situation should not be optimistic. In the evening, we went to see Dr. Sunday. If teacher Wenji's illness could be cured, Dr. Sun would definitely give us a definite answer on the spot and tell us not to worry anymore. But Dr. Sun did not do that. This means that teacher Wenji's illness is difficult to treat even for Dr. Sun." When Yuchi Baolin heard Li Tai's words, he immediately panicked. "Even Dr. Sun finds it difficult to treat, then isn't teacher Wenji hopeless?" Baolin, what are you talking about?" It was unknown when Sun Zifen had also come over. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Teacher Wenji has a noble character. He is still teaching and educating people even when he is at the end of his life. If such a person of virtue and prestige can't live a long life, then God must be blind." Yes, Zifen is right. Someone as upright and noble as teacher Wenji must live to 100 years old. Qin Huayu suddenly came over and said with a firm expression, "Sai, no one wants anything to happen to teacher Wenji, but the reality is..." Li Tai sighed worriedly. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "That's right. Yamacho set off from Jiangzhou this morning and rushed to Wang Yunshan's place. I don't know if Yamacho has reached Yunshan yet. With Yamacho around, teacher Wenji's illness has a great chance of getting better." Sun Zifen was stunned. Then he excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Yamacho had not only cured General Qin's old injuries, but also solved the cholera in Chang, and their medical skills were not inferior to Dr. Sun's. With Yamacho here, Mr. Bunji's illness will definitely be cured." Yuchi Baolin whispered, "Qingke, why don't I secretly climb over the east wall and go to the side yard to see if the mountain elder has returned?" Hearing this, all of them widened their eyes and stared at Yuchi Baolin in shock. Sun Zifen opened his mouth and said in shock, "Baolin, you can't be serious, right? By the way, why are you so concerned about teacher Wenji's condition?" Of course I'm telling the truth. Yuchi Baolin straightened his neck and said, Teacher Wenji is a good teacher. I respect him and don't want anything to happen to him. This simple and honest young man had always been straightforward and didn't like to talk to others in a roundabout manner. Although his words were simple, they were the truest portrayal of his heart. If he did not respect Li Gang from the bottom of his heart, he would not have risked his life to protect Li Gang when Wu Jia broke into the Cloud Mountain that night. Hearing this, Sun Zifen immediately stopped joking, and his expression became serious. He thought for a moment, then looked Yuchi Baolin up and down, and said, Baolin, I think that with your size, if you secretly climb over the wall, you will definitely be discovered by the Academy's guards. Do you think Teacher Kong Goe will hit your palms? Yuchi Baolin subconsciously hid his hands behind his back and argued, Zifen, don't look down on me. I'm more skilled than you. I definitely won't be discovered by the Academy's guards. Hey, you're more skilled than me, but you're bigger than me, Sun Zifen retorted. That's enough. You two don't need to argue. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, Baolin, although we all want to know if Yamacho is back, we can't let you take the risk of climbing over the wall. How about this? I'll go to the Academy's gate and ask Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. If Yamacho is back, he will definitely pass by the Academy's gate. They will definitely know. That's right. How could I forget about this? Sun Zifen's eyes lit up and said excitedly, Chinke, go ask them quickly. Yes. The Constitution strengthening powder has already taken effect in Wenji's body. Wenji's qi and blood are becoming more vigorous, but the medicine has activated his internal organs. He needs to consume more vitality to maintain his body's normal operation. Little Xian, we can't let our guard down at this time. Otherwise, the poison in the medicine will backfire on Wenji's heart meridians. In the Yunshan courtyard, Li Gang's treatment had reached the most critical stage. Although Sun Simiao had the support of Li Zishuan's true qi, he was the one who applied the needles. In addition, Li Zishuan's true qi was circulating through his body, which also brought a lot of burden to him. Therefore, at this time, Sun Simiao was already tired and sweating profusely. Taking advantage of the time when the golden needles were inserted into the acupuncture points, Sun Simiao wiped his sweat and said with a serious face. Li Zishuan, who was instilling vital energy into Sun Simiao, gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, Taoist Sunday, I can still hold on for a long time. In fact, Sun Simiao's current situation was also very bad. Even though he was already a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm, he had consumed more than 30% of his true qi in just half an hour. Especially later, when there were more and more golden needles on Li Gang's body, Sun Simiao had to consume more true qi to control the needles with his qi. At the rate of consumption, it was estimated that an ordinary martial artist at the Supreme Power Realm would have run out of true qi at this time. Half a month ago, there were 3 Zhongshe realm martial artists on Yunshan Mountain. It was reasonable to say that there was no shortage of people who could instill vital energy into Wenji's body. However, the problem was that the other 2 Zhongshe realm martial artists of the Academy were seriously injured by Wu Jia that night. Duga Duxing and Duga Duxing were still injured. Li Zishuan naturally couldn't be so heartless as to call them over to help instill vital energy into Wenji's body. Good. Next, this poor Taoist will perform a series of needles to completely open up Wenji's heart and lungs. Xiaoxian, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of vital energy required for the series of needles will be several times more than before. Sun Simiao nodded lightly. He took out 8 golden needles from Li Gang's abdomen and head while instructing Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, Taoist Sunday, this little one is ready. Good. Sun Simiao responded. Then he took out a golden needle and pierced it into the Huagai acupoint above the heart like lightning. Then his fingers moved slightly, and the golden needle stood on Li Gang's body and began to vibrate spontaneously. Then Sun Simiao didn't stop. He took out another golden needle and pierced it into the Yutang acupoint. A moment later, this golden needle also began to vibrate spontaneously. After that, Sun Simiao did the same thing and used the golden needles to pierce the Zhongting, Fanwei, Tonggu, Yumen, and Shenfeng acupoints. Li Gang's Yuxiong acupoint suddenly showed a situation of 7 needles. Moreover, these 7 golden needles were all trembling involuntarily under the effect of Sun Simiao's true qi. If one was close enough, they could even hear the trembling of the golden needles. Xiao Xian, speed up the infusion of vital energy. Only the most crucial step is left. Sun Simiao held the 8th golden needle and took a deep breath as he spoke to Li Zixuan. Okay. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and replied. Then he controlled more vital energy and channeled it into Sun Simiao's body through his palm. Humph! Sun Simiao had only practiced some qi-nurturing techniques. The toughness of his meridians was far from Li Zixuan's, and even worse than Yuchi Baolin's. Suddenly receiving such a powerful amount of vital energy, his face quickly began to redden. Suppressing the pain from his meridians, Sun Simiao held the 8th golden needle in his hand and quickly pierced it into Li Gang's Lingshu acupoint. Clang! Li Zixuan, who was in the middle of instilling vital energy into Sun Simiao, suddenly heard an extremely clear metallic sound. After the 8th golden needle pierced in, the remaining 7 golden needles on Li Gang's Yuxiong acupoint actually began to vibrate at the same frequency and amplitude as the last golden needle. Chapter 1572. Uncle Master. In the courtyard of Yinshan, Li Zixuan looked at the big hand that was grabbing his wrist and saw Xianqing standing behind him. Li Zixuan felt a lump in his throat and shouted excitedly as if he had finally found someone to rely on. Xianqing's hair was still a little messy, and there were many wrinkles on his clothes. He must have ridden too fast on the horse, causing his clothes and hair to become messy. These were some insignificant details, but when it came to Xianqing, it was incredible. In Li Zixuan's impression, his Uncle Master not only paid attention to his appearance, but he was also a little bit of a neat freak. Whenever he saw him, he would be elegant and clean. If there was a word to describe Xianqing, it would be perfect. In terms of appearance, he perfectly fit the ancient definition of a gentleman. Uncle Master, you're back. After being stunned for a moment, Li Zixuan finally came back to his senses and turned around excitedly. According to his estimation, Xianqing would need at least an hour to come back. Now that Xianqing suddenly appeared, it was a complete surprise for Li Zixuan, because he finally didn't have to be in a dilemma, and Li Gang could finally be saved. Yes, Uncle Master is back. Xianqing patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and smiled faintly. His smile seemed to have some kind of magical power, which made people unable to help but calm down. Husband, just now someone rushed into the courtyard, and directly at this moment Han Yushi came to the door and said to Li Zixuan inside, just now, a black shadow had barged into the courtyard indiscriminately. What was even worse was that after the black shadow entered the courtyard, it didn't go anywhere but rushed straight to Li Gang's room. Han Yushi was worried, so she personally came over to check on the situation. Li Zixuan quickly walked over and said to Han Yushi, "Wife, that person is not anyone else. He's your husband's Uncle Master. Don't worry, go back to the main hall to accompany Xiao Anren and the others." So it is Martial Uncle. Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief. During the day, she had heard from Li Er that not only was Li Zixuan coming back today, but Li Zixuan's martial uncle from Mount Longhu's celestial master Dao was also coming back. Then, husband, I won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan reluctantly. Speaking of which, although Li Zixuan had returned to Yunshan for quite some time, this was the first time the couple had met. In addition, Li Zixuan had gone to the north for disaster relief for more than 10 days. How could Han Yushi not miss him? However, this was the critical moment to save people. Han Yushi also understood that Li Zixuan couldn't be delayed, so she decisively took the initiative to leave. After watching Han Yushi leave, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little heartache as he looked at her thin and beautiful back. However, he adjusted his mentality in the blink of an eye. He reached out to close the door and then turned to the bedside. He pointed at Xianqing and introduced him to Sun Simiao. Daoist son, this is my martial uncle. What do you think about my martial uncle starting the needle? Without waiting for Sun Simiao to speak, Xianqing said, Daoist son, tell me how to start the needle. Although my medical skills are not as good as senior brothers, I think I should be able to start the needle. Sun Simiao nodded and said, I've heard that Daoist Xianqing cultivates both medicine and martial arts. With you starting the needle, I'm naturally relieved. Good. Let's start over there. Xianqing didn't hesitate at all. He directly stepped forward and came to the bedside. He took a deep breath and was ready to start the needle for Li Gang. Sun Simiao slowly opened his mouth and said, Concentrate and calm your qi. Let the qi go to the dantian, break the blue spirit, and Shaohai. Move a part of the genuine qi to the thumb. Start with the genuine qi, break the acupoints with the genuine qi, and then start the needle. Sun Simiao explained the method of starting the needle with the 8 wandering dragon needles. Xianqing carefully started the needle according to the method taught by Sun Simiao. As the golden needles were removed from the 8 acupoints on Li Gang's upper body, one by one, Xianqing's expression didn't become relaxed. Instead, he frowned more tightly. At this moment, Li Zixuan was concentrating on observing Xianqing's method of removing the needles. He didn't notice the change in Xianqing's expression at all. When the last golden needle was removed, Xianqing's expression finally changed greatly. He couldn't help but say, Oh no, Mr. Wenji's heart meridian is deteriorating rapidly. I'm still a step late. The genuine qi has hurt his heart meridian. What? How could this be? Hearing this, Li Zixuan was shocked. He hurried forward to check on Li Gang's condition. Sun Simiao also came over. After checking, his expression changed greatly, and he said, It's true that I'm a step late. What should we do? In order to protect Li Gang's heart meridian, Sun Simiao used his trump card. But when he was about to succeed, he failed because he was a step late. Even Sun Simiao, who had excellent medical skills, didn't know what to do at this time. Are there any unused golden needles here? Just when everyone was in a panic, Xianqing asked. Li Zixuan was stunned, and then he nodded quickly and said, Yes, yes, yes. Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll get them now. After that, he turned around and walked directly to the door. Although there were many golden needles in the wooden box beside the bed, they were all used just now. In Xianqing's opinion, they were contaminated with foul qi and were not suitable to be used again. Just take 13 golden needles. Xianqing added, Yes, uncle. Li Zixuan replied, and quickly walked out of the room without looking back. Merely less than 10 breaths of time passed before Li Zixuan returned to the room. He passed the wooden box in his hand to Xianqing and said, Martial uncle, for you, 13 gold needles. He went out to ask for them, from Hu Meng just now. Xianqing took them, and then turned around to the bed. He took out a golden needle from the wooden box, gathered qi on his fingertip, and pierced it into the Guigong acupoint on Li Gang's face like lightning. Humph! Li Gang, who was in a coma, couldn't help but groan after the golden needle pierced into his body. Obviously, this was not like Sun Simiao's acupuncture that was neither painful nor itchy. Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown because Xian Qing's first needle pierced into Li Gang's Guigong acupoint. This was a little illogical. The Guigong acupoint was 3 inches below the nose, where the water protruded. Stimulating this acupoint could wake up the mind and clear away the heat and extinguish the wind. This seemed to have nothing to do with Li Gang's current illness. As for Li Zishuan, he had been completely immersed in Xian Qing's acupuncture since the moment he used it. This was because Xian Qing's acupuncture technique felt incomparably familiar to him. It was as if he had seen it in a dream before. Under the control of qi, the golden needle rotated 13 times in Li Gang's Guigong acupoint. Then Xian Qing took out another golden needle and did the same thing, piercing it into Li Gang's Guixin acupoint. Then Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint. In just a few breaths, Xian Qing had already pierced 6 needles. In terms of the speed of acupuncture, he was faster and more decisive than Sun Simiao. Watching him perform acupuncture was like watching him kill enemies on the battlefield. One sword cut off a melon's head, clean and neat. There are 13 acupoints for people who are suffering from 100 evils. For the body of needles, it starts from Guigong acupoint, then Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint. 13 ghastly needles. The ghastly 13 needles. At this moment, Sun Simiao had already seen through Xian Qing's acupuncture technique. He suddenly came back to his senses and exclaimed in disbelief. The Ghost Gate 13 needles was created by Bian Ke during the Warring States period. The corresponding 13 acupuncture points were Ghost Seal, Ghost Palace, Ghost Cave, Ghost Fortress, Ghost Road, Ghost City, Ghost Hall, Ghost Pillow, Ghost Heart, Ghost Leg, Ghost Faith, Ghost Camp, Ghost Song, and Ghost Minister. Those with weak heart meridians and insufficient vitality would never relapse after being cured by the ghastly 13 needles. It could be said to be a medical miracle. Other than protecting the heart and replenishing vitality, the Ghost 13 needles could also be used to treat insomnia, depression, and rage. It was said to be able to drive away all kinds of evil. It was a special treatment method of acupuncture and was also the most magical part of acupuncture and moxibustion. The first needle stops in the Ghost Palace. The left needle goes down, and the right needle goes out. Under the big fingernail of the second hand, the famous Ghost Exion stabbed 3 centimeters deep. The 3 needles under the big fingernails were called Ghost Piling Tufun. 4 needles were inserted into the Daling acupoint behind the palm. 5 needles were inserted into the ghost's heart. 5 needles of the Shun, my meridian, is the ghost path. The fire needle is 3 times and 7 times shiny. The 6th needle goes down the spine, 1 inch into the hair, and is called Ghost Pillow. The 7th needle goes down 5 centimeters and is called Ghost Bed Needle, needs to be warm. The 8 needles are called Ghost City. From the left to the right, you must remember. While Sun Simiao was shocked, Li Zishuan's eyes blurred, and he muttered to himself, Is this the acupuncture technique of the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Sun Simiao's heart was in turmoil. He stared at Li Zishuan as if he had seen a ghost, because just half an hour ago, Li Zishuan told him that he didn't know how to use acupuncture. But now, how could he explain these words that came out of Li Zishuan's mouth? Was he pretending to be stupid before, or did he have an epiphany at this moment? Sun Simiao was puzzled, but he was more inclined to the latter guess. Li Zishuan had an epiphany at this moment. That's right, Li Zishuan did have an epiphany at this moment. To be precise, he finally found the memory of the previous owner of his body using acupuncture to save people. In his memory, spiritual master Ling Shu's best acupuncture technique was the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Under his influence, the previous owner of this body had already memorized the acupuncture technique of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. He also had a lot of acupuncture experience, but for some reason, when Li Zishuan transmigrated, he was unable to integrate the memories of the previous owner of this body. Maybe it was because his realm was not high enough, or maybe it was because he didn't have enough opportunities. At this moment, his realm was high enough, and his opportunities were high enough, so he remembered everything. Not bad. It seems that you haven't forgotten the Ghost Gate 13 needles that eldest senior brother taught you. Come and give Martial Uncle a hand. At this moment, after piercing the 8th needle, Xianqing raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan with a gratified smile. The reason why he could come back so quickly was that when he was still 30 miles away from Cloud Mountain, he abandoned his horse and used Qing Gong to hurry back. Even though Xianqing was a top expert of half a step to the great Grandmaster realm, he couldn't bear such a huge consumption of energy. At this moment, after piercing the 8th needle, the vital qi in his dantian was almost empty. Coincidentally, he saw that Li Zishuan still remembered the Ghost Gate 13 needles clearly, so he said this. Chapter 1573. Yamacho is back. That's great. At Yanhuang College, Li Tai personally went to the entrance of the college to ask Mo Zhong and Mo Huai. After that, he hurriedly returned to the dormitory to inform Yuchi Baolin, Sun Zifen, and the others of the good news. After hearing the news, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but shout excitedly. This idiot's voice was loud to begin with. With this shout, all the students in the classroom who hadn't returned to their dormitory could hear him. Baolin, what did you say? Yamacho is back. Where is he? What? Yamacho is back. How is that possible? As soon as Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, 6 or 7 students immediately surrounded him and asked all at once. Li Tai rolled his eyes at Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head awkwardly and then explained to the surrounding students. Qingke just went to the entrance of the college to ask brother Mo Zhong. I heard that Yamacho has returned to Yunshan and is currently treating teacher Wenji's illness at the side courtyard. After receiving confirmation from Yuchi Baolin, Class 1's dormitory instantly boiled over with excitement. Yamacho is really back. Doesn't that mean that teacher Wenji can be saved? I remember that Yamacho's medical skills are very good. Yamacho also knows medical skills. Why wouldn't they? Duki's old injury was cured by Yamacho. If you don't believe me, you can ask Huayu. Also, the cholera in Chang, and was solved by Yamacho. In that case, Yamacho can really cure teacher Wenji. That's great. There's finally hope for teacher Wenji's recovery. Many students hugged each other excitedly. Although no one in the college had purposely announced the severity of Li Gang's illness, Li Gang had not appeared in the college for several days. This was very telling, especially this evening when they were led by Li Tai to visit Li Gang at the side courtyard of Yunshan. However, they were stopped by Sun Ximiao. At that moment, all of them understood that Li Gang was critically ill. Now that they suddenly learned that Li Zishuan had returned to Yunshan, they finally saw hope. They saw hope for Li Gang's recovery. All right, it's getting late. Go back to the dormitory. There's an exam tomorrow morning. Don't forget what Wenji told you. Li Tai couldn't help but say. Oh, there's still an exam tomorrow. Go back and sleep. Even if it's for teacher Wenji, we must do well in the exam tomorrow. Yes, that's right. Sister Yushi, why hasn't grandfather come out yet? is grandfather's illness very difficult to treat, and Brother Xiaoxian can't treat it? In the side courtyard of Yunshan, little Anren's eyes were fixed on the door inside. He wanted to know how his grandfather was lying inside, but he didn't dare to go forward and see for himself because he was afraid that his peeping would affect Li Gang's treatment. After waiting for a long time, Li Anren finally couldn't help but look up at Han Yushi and ask, "Anren, don't bother your sister Yushi." Li Lian's wife hurriedly pulled Li Anren to her side and reprimanded him. Then she looked at Han Yushi apologetically. Han Yushi shook her head and said softly, "It's okay. Anren is also worried about his grandfather's health. He's so filial at such a young age. I can't wait to like him. How can I be tired of him?" After saying that, Han Yushi walked to Li Anren, bent down, and touched Li Anren's little face with her hand. She said softly, "Anren, the ones treating your grandfather's illness now are the 3 best doctors in the world. Your grandfather will definitely be fine." Well, in Han Yushi's heart, her husband was omnipotent. There was nothing wrong with giving him the title of one of the best doctors in the world. 3? How can there be 3? Brother Xiaoxian and Dr. Sun should only be 2, right? Li Anren counted with his fingers and analyzed with a serious face. Han Yushi couldn't help rubbing Li Anren's little head and said there was another person who entered that room just now. Did Anren forget? That person is your brother Xiaoxuan's martial uncle. His medical skills are also very good. Oh, then my grandfather will definitely be fine. Li Anren thought for a while and nodded heavily. Creak. As soon as Li Anren's voice fell, the door of the inner room was pushed open from the inside. Li Lian and his wife, Han Yushi, and Li Anren, 4 people, 8 eyes suddenly looked at the door in unison. They saw Li Zishuan walking out first with a relieved smile on his face. Behind him was the arrogant and cold Xianqing, as well as the kind-looking son Ximiao. "Brother Xiaoxian, how is my grandfather?" Li Anren was the first to react. Then he strode his little legs and ran quickly towards Li Zishuan. "Ha ha, little Anren, your grandfather is fine." Having just pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell, Li Zishuan was in a good mood. When he saw Li Anren running towards him, he quickly bent down, lifted Li Anren up, and laughed loudly. "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, is grandfather really fine? Can I go in and see grandfather?" Li Anren's eyes widened, and his little face was full of surprise. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. "Of course you can." After that, he put Li Anren on the ground again and said, "But Anren, don't stay in there for too long. Your grandfather has just recovered from a serious illness and needs to rest more. Do you understand?" It was said that filial children were more likable. Li Anren was the kind of other people's child who was cute, filial, and had good grades. Li Zishuan also liked this little guy very much. He had thought more than once in his heart that it would be great if he could have such a sensible son in the future. Yes, Anren will just watch for a while and leave in a while." Li Anren nodded solemnly and then quickly ran into the inner room. Li Lian and his wife already knew that their father-in-law had been saved. Both of them were excited and went forward to bow to Li Zishuan. "My father is seriously ill and bedridden. Fortunately, Dr. Sun, Priest Xianqing, and Marquis Yong and tried their best to save him. Li Yan will remember your kindness in saving my father. If the 3 of you have any requests in the future, even if it means going through fire and water, I, Li Lian, will do my best to repay you." After that, the couple bowed to Li Zishuan, son Ximiao, and Xianqing solemnly. "Brother Lian, sister-in-law, please get up." When Li Zishuan saw this, he quickly went forward to help Li Lian up and used his eyes to signal Han Yushi to help Lian's wife, Lu Shi, up. Chapter 1574. With Yamacho's words, the guards of the Mo family can die without regrets. In front of the gate of Yanhuang College, Mo Huai's eyes were red as he solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan. Can they really die with no regrets? Li Zishuan raised his head with a heavy heart and looked at the dark sky in the distance. He sighed softly and said, "Who would want to die if they could live? Even ants drag out their lives, let alone humans. We are not them, so how can we know that they can die without regrets? They all died because of Yanhuang College, and because of me, I can't absolve myself from the blame." Li Zishuan was not a sentimental and weak young master who could not bear to see blood. Since he inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang Empire last March, he had personally beheaded many villains in the past year. It was reasonable to say that he was indifferent to the life and death of others, but that was only for the lives of outsiders. The guards of Yanhuang College had accompanied Li Zishuan for a long time. Now that they had suddenly left, Li Zishuan could not help but fall into deep self-blame. He felt that these people had died because of him. If he had not tricked Mo Huai would not have gathered all the remaining disciples of the Mo family to Yanhuang College. Naturally, those disciples of the Mo family would not have been killed by Wu Jie, who had sneaked into Yinshan. This was the cause of the past, and today's karma was planted. Yamacho, seeing Li Zishuan's dejected face, Mo Huai took a step forward and wanted to comfort him. But as soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Zishuan. "Mr. Mo, you don't have to comfort me. I'm fine." After saying that, Li Zishuan forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at the teachers of the academy and said in a deep voice, "From tomorrow on, Yanhuang College will set up a hall of heroes. The memorial tablets of all the guards who died in the attack on the academy will be displayed in the Hall of Heroes of the academy. They will be respected by the teachers and students of the academy forever. The academy will take care of the families of these heroes. I, Li Zishuan, swear to God that as long as I am alive, I will never let the families of these heroes suffer any grievances. If I violate this oath, I shall be punished by heaven and earth." Yamacho, no. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, everyone's expression changed. One had to know that the ancients revered the heavens and earth and attached great importance to oaths. Under normal circumstances, no one would make such a heavy oath like Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan shook his head. He did not care about these things. Anyway, he would definitely do what he said. Naturally, he did not have to worry about breaking his oath and being punished by the heavens. Enough. It was getting late. The academy has an exam tomorrow. Gentlemen, please go back and rest. After a short pause, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "Yamacho, you should also rest early." The teachers of the academy all cupped their hands and said to Li Zishuan. After that, they turned around and left. After all, Li Zishuan was right. The academy had a final exam tomorrow. Not only did the students need to rest well, but the teachers also needed to rest. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the invigilation of the exam. Yamacho, you don't blame yourself too much. The dead are gone. You have done enough. Yen Silu followed behind them and hesitated for a while. In the end, he still walked in front of Li Zishuan and said in a serious tone, "Yes." Li Zishuan faintly nodded his head. As for whether or not he took it to heart, only the heavens knew. Yen Silu sighed and turned around to leave. At this time, the bearded man also walked over and said his first sentence of the night, "Yamacho, you have become stronger again." In fact, Li Zishuan had already learned to restrain his aura, but he still didn't expect the bearded man to see through his realm. He was slightly surprised at first, but then he smiled bitterly and said, "So, what if I become stronger? I still can't save the Academy's guards." The bearded man frowned. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be depressed to this point because of a few guards. After thinking about it, the bearded man advised in a deep voice, "Yamacho, life and death are predestined. It's a pity that the Academy's guards were sacrificed, but this is their fate. Even if they don't stay in Yanhuang College, even if Wu Jia doesn't attack at night, they are likely to encounter other dangers. In addition, if Yanhuang College wants to stand tall in the world, it will certainly encounter a lot of troubles and accidents in the future. Yamacho, you are a person who does great things. Don't be depressed because of a few lives." "Yes, I got it." Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and replied. The bearded man knew that Li Zixuan wasn't someone who could be persuaded with just a few words. Thus, he gave up and said indifferently, "2 days later, after my injuries have healed, I will be going out to sea. This time, I will really leave. Yamacho, take care." Li Zixuan was stunned and said with slight surprise, "So soon?" The bearded man replied, "It's already the middle of July. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave. I won't say any more. I won't say any more. I will go back to rest. Yamacho, you should also rest early." On Chapter 1575. Husband, it's time to get up. Oh. Wife, it's not dawn yet. Sleep a little longer. Husband, you have to attend the morning court today. Get up quickly. Oh, I'm not getting up. There are so many civil and military officials in the court. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm there or not. If I don't go, His Majesty may not find out. Wife, don't be noisy. Let me sleep a little longer. Husband, are you getting up or not? I'm not getting up. Husband, are you getting up or not? Uffed. Ha 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 ha. I'll get up. Okay? Wife, stop scratching me. After a tough struggle, Li Zixuan finally got up from the bed, reluctantly. It turned out that even a martial arts master at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm was afraid of being scratched. In addition, Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. His wife seemed to have been led astray before Han Yushi got married due to her family background. Not only did she have to take care of her father, but she also had to take care of her younger brother. She could be considered half of the Han family's pillar. Therefore, at that time, she had to be hardworking and strong to support half of the family. In fact, she also had the lively nature of those girls her age, however, due to various reasons. She suppressed these natures. Now that she was married and did not have to work for the family's livelihood, those suppressed natures were gradually released. After all, she was only 15 years old. In modern times, oh, by the way, wife, did you feed Whitey last night? It's all thanks to Whitey that I was able to come back so quickly from Jiangzhou this time. In fact, before Han Yushi woke Li Zixuan up, she had already prepared breakfast, Yangchun noodles. Li Zixuan asked in a muffled voice as he slurped the noodles in his bowl. Compared with him, Han Yushi's table manners were more elegant. Hearing Li Zixuan's question, Han Yushi gently bit off the noodles in her mouth. After swallowing, she said, "As soon as you came back last night, I asked General Liu to feed Whitey with the best grass. Husband, don't worry about him." "Oh, my wife is so thoughtful." Li Zixuan was slightly relieved. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment, then stared and asked, "Oh, right. Wife, after I go to the morning court, prepare some breakfast for Junior Marshal Uncle. When your husband returns from the morning court, we'll go back to Lantian County together in the afternoon. Junior Marshal Uncle is the closest person to me on Mount Longhu other than Master. I must bring him to see father and mother." Husband, junior martial uncle. He woke up long ago. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment before she spoke. Ah, little martial uncle is already up? Where is it? Li Zishuan was stunned. He quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked around. Han Yushi was speechless. Husband, don't look for him. Little Uncle Master went out early in the morning to practice his swordplay. He said that Cloud Mountain was beautiful and full of spiritual energy. It was a treasure land for cultivation, and it was a pity not to practice his swordplay early in the morning. Then he went out with his sword. He even said that we don't have to wait for him to eat. Oh, junior martial uncle is really diligent. Li Zishuan murmured with emotion when he heard that. This guy didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he continued to shamelessly pick up his bowl and slurp it down. This was because his ambition had never been to cultivate martial arts. The reason why he was able to reach his current realm was basically all due to luck and luck. It was just that his inadvertent cultivation had reached a martial arts realm that ordinary martial artists would never be able to reach in their lifetime. If this were to spread out, it was estimated that a bunch of envious and jealous people would come knocking on his door and chop him to death. Oh, I'm done eating. Wife, your culinary skills are really getting better and better. A bowl of yangchun noodles is even better than delicacies from the mountains and seas. After a moment, Li Zishuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and rubbed his stomach as he spoke with satisfaction. Although it wasn't appropriate to eat too much for breakfast, Han Yushi's yangchun noodles were really too delicious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but finish a big bowl. Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said angrily. However, although she said this, her heart was quite sweet. Before she got married, she was already very good at cooking. However, after marrying into the Li family, she realized that there was always someone better than her. Li Zishuan's culinary skills were completely incomparable to hers. However, she didn't retreat because of this. Instead, she began to study cooking diligently. In just a short year, Han Yushi's culinary skills were already unparalleled in the Li family. Logically speaking, as the wife of Marquis, she didn't need to cook personally. However, she really enjoyed the satisfied expression on Li Zishuan's face when he ate the food she cooked, just like just now. Hey, your husband isn't talking nonsense, Li Zishuan said with a smile. Fortunately, I married you back. Otherwise, with your culinary skills, if you open a restaurant, then our family's drunken immortal restaurant would completely have no customers. All right, husband, quickly change into your court attire. It's getting late. Don't be late. Han Yushi got up and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and urged him. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, my wife. Since he couldn't avoid the morning court, Li Zishuan simply accepted his fate. Under Han Yushi's service, Li Zishuan quickly changed into his court attire. My wife, then I'll leave. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said goodbye to Han Yushi. He was ready to go out. Xiao Xian, martial uncle will go with you. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the door. It was a handsome and cold man in white. It was Xian Qing. What, little martial uncle, you want to enter the palace with me? Li Zishuan was stunned. Although Xian Qing had already told him about the celestial master Taoism's intention to enter the secular world at Longmen Pass, now that Li Er hadn't summoned him, Xian Qing directly wanted to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Was he so impatient? Yes. In the face of Li Zishuan's shock, Xian Qing didn't have much of a reaction. He just faintly said, yes, and didn't want to explain more about it. Little martial uncle, His Majesty hasn't summoned you yet, so you can't enter the palace. I know that you want the celestial master Taoism to appear as soon as possible, but now is not a good time for you to enter the palace to meet the emperor. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan said to Xianqing. Xianqing frowned and said, Xiao Xian, aren't you the founding marquis? Is there no way for His Majesty to summon you? He just wanted to complete the task given by Feng Lingzi as soon as possible and then return to Mount Longhu to cultivate. In his eyes, there was only the sword. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was now favored by the emperor, so there must be a way for Li Er to summon him. Martial uncle, do you really want to see His Majesty today? Li Zishuan's face became serious, and he asked seriously, Yes, sooner rather than later. Xianqing also nodded seriously. That's good. Martial uncle, come with me to Chang, and you can wait outside the palace for a moment. After I enter the palace, I'll find a chance to ask His Majesty to summon you. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and decided, Okay, wait for a moment. I'll go and get something. Xianqing nodded, and then his face became a little unnatural. After he finished speaking, he walked to the guest room on the first floor where he slept last night. The 4 people and 4 horses, plus the guards Lu Feng and Lu Yun, went down the cloud mountain before dawn. Then, they followed the cement road and rushed toward Chang and city. After more than half an hour, the 4 of them finally arrived at the imperial city. Li Zishuan dismounted and handed Whitey to Lu Feng. He turned to Xianqing and said, Little martial uncle, wait here for a moment. After I enter the palace, I'll find a chance to ask His Majesty to summon you. Okay, go. Xianqing waved his hand indifferently and said, Li Zishuan then entered the palace. In front of the Taiji Palace, there were already many ministers waiting for the morning assembly. When they saw Li Zishuan, many of them could not help but be shocked. Little Xian, you're back? When did you come back? Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, and the other generals were the first to welcome him. Old Niu asked in surprise. Uncle Niu, I returned to the Cloud Mountain last night, and then received His Majesty's imperial order to attend today's assembly. Didn't I rush over? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and explained. Chapter 1576. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise, all my beloved subjects. In Taiji Palace, after a round of greetings, the morning court session officially began. Before the morning court session, I have a piece of good news for all my beloved subjects. Li Er seemed to be in a good mood today. Before the officials went forward to report to the court, he spoke first. Hearing this, all the officials in the palace perked up and listened carefully to what Li Er was about to say. Li Er paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Last night, with the help of Dr. Sun, Taoist Xianqing, and the Marquis of Yong, and Teacher Wenji is out of danger. He only needs to rest for a few days to fully recover. What? Wenji's illness is cured. Hearing this, the palace was instantly filled with the whispers of the officials. Li Gang was an old official of 4 dynasties. Not only did he have a good reputation among the scholars, but he was also familiar with many of the officials under Li Er's rule. Xiao Yu was one of them. Previously, when they heard that Li Gang was seriously ill, Xiao Yu and the other old officials had even formed a group to visit Yinshan, but they were all stopped by Sun Simiao. Now that they heard that Li Gang's illness was cured, Xiao Yu and the other old officials who had dealings with Li Gang were all overjoyed. Teacher Wenji has been through 4 dynasties. He is upright and outspoken, serving the country and the people. It can be said that he is loyal to the core. Fortunately, the Marquis of Yong and Dr. Sun and Taoist Xianqing have saved Teacher Wenji's life and saved our Tang Empire from losing a good official. This is a joyous matter. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The first person to stand up was not Xiao Yu. There was someone who was even more enthusiastic than him, and that was Wei Zhang. This time, the old flame didn't scold anyone. Instead, he stood up to congratulate Li Er. This made old Li wonder if the sun had risen from the west. "Congratulations, Your Majesty!" All of the civil and military officials, regardless of whether they were familiar with Li Gang or not, all of them clasped their hands towards Li Er with joy. This was the reputation of an old official of 4 dynasties. Li Er was in a good mood. He laughed heartily and said, "Good. Actually, the Marquis of Yong, and played a huge part in Wenji's recovery. I'm sure all of you know that before yesterday, the Marquis of Yong and was still at Longmen Pass, which is 600 kilometers away. After receiving the news of Wenji's critical condition, the Marquis of Yong and rode a fast horse and rushed back to Yunshan within a day. According to what I know, if the Marquis of Yong and had arrived a moment later, Wenji would have been in danger." When the ministers heard this, they all looked at Li Zishuan with respect. Li Zishuan had transmigrated here. Although his skin had become thicker, he still couldn't handle so many hot gazes. Hence, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you flatter me." This official only did what he should have done. What he said was the truth. Li Gang was a teacher from Yanhuang College. This time, he was injured because of Yanhuang College. Treating Li Gang was his duty. He had never thought of this as a merit. On the contrary, treating Li Gang was equivalent to redeeming himself for Li Zishuan. Seeing Li Zishuan being so humble, Wei Zheng couldn't help but secretly nod. Ever since the water wheel was used to solve the drought problem, Wei Zheng found Li Zishuan more and more pleasing to the eye. However, Li Zishuan didn't let Wei Zheng have his way. According to Wei Zheng, Li Zishuan was a talented person and should have taken the path of a civil official. However, not only did he take on the position of Black Armored Army Adjutant, he even fought a battle with the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. He was deviating further and further from the path of a civil official. "Ha! You don't have to ask for a reward, but we can't not reward you. However, this is not the only merit you have earned this time. Later, I will reward you for all your merits." Li Er smiled and waved his hand as he spoke. In fact, the reason why old Li was so concerned about Li Gang's matter and specially brought this matter to the morning court was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation of Mr. Li Gang's personality and charm. According to the official history, Li Er invited Li Gang to be Li Gang's teacher the second year after he ascended the throne. One had to know that Li Gang had been Li Chengqian's and Yang Yang's teacher before. Yet, old Li was willing to let such a sensitive person be his beloved son's teacher. This was enough to show how much Li Er admired and acknowledged Li Gang's knowledge. In addition, in the official history, every time Li Er attended court, he would always have Li Gang, Fang Xianling, and Wang Gui accompany him. Later on, when Li Gang fell ill, Li Er not only sent Fang Xianling to his home to express his condolences, he even went there personally. This kind of treatment was probably only possible for Li Er's most trusted officials. Although Li Zishuan's transmigration to Great Tang caused a small deviation in history, Li Gang didn't become Li Chengqian's teacher, but came to Yanhuang College as a teacher. Old Li's respect for Li Gang had never changed. Reward him for his merits. Hearing Li Er say these 4 words, the civil and military officials in the hall all looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated and surprised expression. One had to know that Li Zishuan was only 15 years old this year, but he was already a Marquis of Great Tang. If he was rewarded again, then it would be too frightening. Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the other generals who were close to Li Zishuan didn't show any surprise on their faces. They were only happy for Li Zishuan's achievements. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "Half a month ago, a locust plague broke out in the Guangzhou region. The people were in a constant state of panic. At the same time, under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, rumors spread among the people. At this time, the Marquis of Yong, and led a sky pheasant brigade made up of more than 100,000 chickens and set off from Lantian County. In just half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade destroyed the locust plague in more than 70 counties, benefiting millions of villagers. Not only did it stabilize the people's livelihood, it also stabilized the people's hearts. Since ancient times, every time there was a locust plague, there would be countless people who would leave their homes and become homeless. The tragedies of selling children and children would be endless. But now, our great Tang is facing a locust plague. The scale and severity of the locust plague far exceeded the past, but with the help of the Marquis of Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade, not only did Great Tang not have a large number of refugees, the locust plague was also stabilized and controlled in the shortest time possible. The Marquis of Yong and has contributed greatly to all of this. It had been nearly half a month since the locust plague began, and the Sky Pheasant Brigade's disaster relief work was nearing its end. In the Great Tang, more than 100 provinces and counties had been affected by the locust plague. In this half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had saved more than 70 provinces and counties. There was no time to save the remaining 20 to 30 provinces and counties. This was because half a month was enough for the locust plague to finish eating all the crops. The people of these provinces and counties could only rely on the imperial court to provide relief food. But speaking of which, it was much easier for the imperial court to provide food for 30-some provinces and counties than for 100-some provinces and counties. Given the Great Tang's current grain reserves, there was no problem in providing relief food to 30-some provinces and counties at the same time. Thus, Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had done Li Er a great favor this time. Otherwise, the Great Tang would have suffered a great loss. At the very least, once the disaster relief was over, the imperial court would not have the energy to organize an army to attack the steppe. Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had greatly reduced the losses caused by the locust plague. It was precisely because of this that old Li had the confidence to issue a war mobilization order to the officials of the 6 bureaus. Within 3 months, the officials of the imperial court would organize an army of 300,000 and set out for the steppe. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and first built the water wheel to alleviate the drought and feed the people. Now he is using the Sky Pheasant Brigade to eradicate locusts and stabilize the people. This old subject believes that the Marquis of Yong and has rendered great service to the country and should be rewarded. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, although Wei Zheng was unwilling to see Li Zishuan promoted too quickly, Old Wei was wholeheartedly convinced by Li Zishuan's great contribution in eliminating the locust plague. In the words of the modern people, Li Zishuan did not deserve to be slandered this time. Fang Xianling frowned and wanted to object. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it would be unreasonable if he did not reward the Marquis of Yong and's great contribution. This was a contribution that would make people wholeheartedly convinced and unable to have any thoughts of objecting. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has put an end to the locust plague and prevented the Great Tang from starving. He has rendered great service to the country and the people. He should be rewarded. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes flashed and stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Fang is right. This old official agrees. The old cunning fox's thoughts were actually quite complicated. Li Zishuan became the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire at such a young age. To be honest, even he was shocked by the speed of his promotion. Now that Li Zishuan had made another great contribution, Zhang Sun Wuji was no longer as fearless as his name suggested. To be honest, he was starting to feel some fear towards Li Zishuan. He was afraid that in a few years, Li Zishuan would directly replace the positions of these old fellows. As for these old fellows, they could only retire early. However, even though he had fear in his heart, Zhang Sun Wuji could not directly object at this moment. This was because Li Zixuan was also a staunch official of the Crown Prince's faction. If he were to object at this moment, wouldn't he be leading an internal strife? The influence would be very bad. Your Majesty agrees. Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji expressed their opinions one after another. Very quickly, the position of the civil officials appeared to be one-sided. Your Majesty agrees. The military camp led by Niu Jinda and Li Jing also bowed and seconded at this moment. This was Li Zixuan. If it was someone else, they might not be able to get the support of both the civil and military camps at the same time. As the person involved, Li Zixuan could be said to be extremely conflicted at this moment. Firstly, he really did not want to be promoted. This was definitely not a lie. He really did not want to be promoted. His current official position was enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. The higher the official position, the greater the responsibility. If old Li were to arrange another important position for him, wouldn't he be busy to death every day? But on the other hand, if he were to reject the reward under such circumstances, wouldn't he hurt the hearts of people like Niu Jinda and Li Jing, who were sincerely thinking for him? Would he be labeled as someone who did not know what was good for him? After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and finally took a step forward. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the matter of the Sky Pheasant Brigade going up north to exterminate the locusts was not done by me alone. That was done by His Highness King of Shu, Chung Chumo, and hundreds of children from the Han family village and Plum village who worked tirelessly for thousands of miles. Until today, they are still exterminating the locusts in the north. Compared to them, this little bit of merit that I have is not worth mentioning. If Your Majesty wants to reward me, I implore Your Majesty to reward me along with these children. If not, I will not be able to accept this reward. Chapter 1577. Actually, Li Zixuan didn't have any other intentions when he wanted to help Li Zixuan keep the Academy's confidential files. It wasn't because he coveted Li Zixuan's knowledge and wanted to take it for himself. The scrolls themselves were of no use to him, as only the people of the Yanhuang Academy could understand them. The reason why Li Er wanted to personally take over the safekeeping of the Academy scrolls was mainly to prevent the scrolls from being stolen by people from other countries. Overall, it was a form of protection for the Academy. But no matter what, those confidential files were the core secrets of the Academy and the crystallization of the wisdom of all the Academy's teachers and students. Once Li Er touched those files, Li Zixuan would inevitably have a knot in his heart. That was why he came up with such a method of raising the first and then suppressing the second, but Li Zixuan rejected it. It had to be said that old Li truly valued Li Zixuan. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious and overcautious. In any era, capable people would not only be respected, they would also receive preferential treatment. In the entire Great Tang, the only people who could receive such treatment from Li Zixuan were probably Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong, and the other founding ministers who had accompanied Li Er in his campaigns. Xiao Xian, you. Hearing Li Zixuan reject Li Zixuan's reward again, Niu Jinda couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to persuade him, but Li Jing stopped him. Jinda, don't be rash. Xiao Xian should have his own considerations. Li Jing's eyes flashed with wisdom as he spoke softly to Niu Jinda. But, Sai, forget it. This old man won't meddle in other people's business. Niu Jinda still wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Jing shake his head slightly, he sighed softly and said, sitting at the head of the table, Li Er was silent for a moment. Finally, he looked at Li Zixuan and said, Since you insist on not receiving a reward for this matter, then I will not force you. However, you must be rewarded for curing civil and order and eliminating the plague of locusts. Marquis Yong, and if you have any reward you want, feel free to tell me. Li Er was slightly disappointed that his wishful thinking had failed. However, he did not blame Li Zixuan because he did not want to create a rift between him and Li Zixuan. After all, the files in the academy only recorded part of Li Zixuan's knowledge. Compared to those inanimate objects, Li Zixuan's value was undoubtedly greater. There was no need to make Li Zixuan feel uncomfortable because of some inanimate objects. Capable people all had pride. Li Er understood this very well. He could also tolerate such people. That was why Wei Zheng could often point at his nose and scold him in court. If Li Er could tolerate Wei Zheng, then naturally he could tolerate Li Zixuan. Standing below, Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that Li Er had given him a blank check to fill in. But could he really fill in whatever he wanted to fill in as he pleased? Obviously not. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that he could not be too arrogant at this time. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Thunder and rain are all thanks to your Majesty's kindness. From a commoner to today's Marquis of the Tang Empire, it is all thanks to your Majesty's support. I am already very grateful and dare not ask for more." Li Zixuan felt that Li Zixuan was a little strange today. As for what was strange, he could not pinpoint it at the moment. If he really had to pinpoint, it would probably be that he was too attentive. There were some rewards that Li Zixuan did not want, but Li Er insisted on giving them to him. This made Li Zixuan feel that something was wrong, so he might as well reject all the rewards that Li Er gave him. After all, some of the rewards were hot, and he did not lack money or status now. Why should he take the risk? You brat! Although Li Er did not understand what Li Zixuan was thinking, he was still angered by Li Zixuan's slippery personality. He pointed at Li Zixuan and said, "You do not dare to ask for extravagant things, but I want to reward you." After saying that, he looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, "Marquis Yong and has performed meritorious service by treating the civil officials and eliminating the locusts. I wish to promote him to the Crown Prince's junior tutor and bestow Weinan County as his fief. I will also reward him with 100,000 yuan and 1,000 pieces of silk. The children of the Han and Mei villages who participated in the disaster relief will each be rewarded with 10 pieces of silk. Do any of my beloved officials have any objections?" This time, Li Er only promoted Li Zixuan by 1 rank from the original junior tutor of the Crown Prince to the current junior tutor of the Crown Prince. He still did not promote Li Zixuan's title, because above the Marquis was the Duke. A 15-year-old Duke was too shocking to hear. Unless Li Zixuan had made a great contribution by destroying a country, Li Er would not allow Li Zixuan to be promoted to the position of Duke in such a short period of time. However, among these rewards, the most important one for Li Zixuan was his fief. Li Er directly bestowed the entire Weinan County to him as his fief. This was not a small amount. One had to know that Weinan County was under the jurisdiction of Chang, unlike Lantian County. Every inch of land in the capital was worth an inch of gold. This was not only the case in modern times, but also in ancient times. Usually, the counties near Chang and were not directly bestowed to officials. However, Li Zixuan was different. His fief actually covered 2 counties near Chang, and no one in the current imperial court could compare to this kind of favor. Right now, there was not a single marquis or duke who could surpass Li Zixuan in both quantity and quality of fief. At this moment, the officials in the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Li Er's reward for Li Zixuan. This reward was indeed not excessive based on Li Zishuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague. However, Li Zishuan already had Lantian County as his fief. Wasn't giving him Weinan County a little too much for a marquis? Your Majesty, Marquis Yong and Sky Rooster Brigade has saved countless lives. This subject has no objections to this reward. Xiao Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan cured Li Gang. This made Xiao Yu have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Furthermore, Li Zishuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague was completely worthy of Li Er's reward. What reason did Xiao Yu have to not support this? This subject also has no objections. Wei Zheng also stepped forward. This subject has no objections. Finally, all the civil and military officials expressed their support. Li Er smiled and said, "Good, then the reward for Marquis Yong, and is decided." Since both the emperor and his subjects had agreed to this reward, what reason did Li Zishuan have to object? He could only bow and say, "This subject, Li Zishuan, thanks your majesty for the reward." Li Er nodded and then looked at the officials and said, "Everyone, if you have something to report, please report. If not, the court is dismissed." This meant that today's morning court had officially begun. After a moment of silence, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has a report." Seeing that it was Wei Zheng, Li Er couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and said, "Dear Subject Wei, please speak." Wei Zheng didn't hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this time, Yanhuang College's secret files were stolen. Although Marquis Yong and eventually took them back from Wujia, everyone knows how dangerous it was. If this happened again, who can guarantee that those secret files would be recovered? And if those files that recorded the key technologies of Yanhuang College fell into the hands of outsiders, it would be a huge threat to our great Tang. Thus, this old subject pleads your majesty to allow the imperial court to safeguard these secret files for Yanhuang College." The moment the old troll said this, the officials immediately broke out into discussion. This was because they had also thought of this problem before. Li Er raised his eyebrows. Although he had this idea from the beginning, he definitely did not collude with Wei Zheng beforehand. Wei Zheng, who had always opposed him in the past, was secretly helping him today for the first time. This made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. "Your Majesty," Left Minister Wei's words, "are reasonable." Unexpectedly, the one who stood out to support Wei Zheng wasn't from the civil officials' camp, but from the military camp, Qiu Xingong. Under Niu Jindao's furious gaze, Qiu Xingong clasped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, Marquis Yong An's engineering has indeed created many advanced tools and weapons, which have greatly improved our great Tang's civil and military affairs. But if these things fall into the hands of outsiders, they will become sharp weapons for them to attack Great Tang. We have to guard against them." Thus, this subject agrees with Left Minister Wei's words. Qiu Xingong, Niu Jinda couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to step forward to reprimand Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Li Jing's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to pull him back. At this moment, a few more officials in the Taiji Palace bowed in agreement. Chapter 1578. In historical records, people in the Central Plains often fought with people in the Northern Steppe. Wars between countries were always at the crucial juncture of each dynasty. The once powerful Han Dynasty was able to establish a great dynasty through war. As for those countries that were slightly weaker, such as the 5 dynasties, the 10 kingdoms, and the Song Dynasty, they could only choose to be annihilated under the powerful attacks. However, the Tang Dynasty, recorded in history books, was different. It did not go through a difficult struggle, nor did it pay a bloody price. Instead, it easily defeated the other side. Was it because the Turks were too weak? Obviously not. According to historical records, The Turkic Empire was very powerful. As early as the period of the 16 kingdoms of the five barbarians, the Turkic Empire had interfered with the political power of the Central Plains many times and destroyed several powerful countries. North D has never been so prosperous, looking down on In Mountain and belittling Xia. The Turkic Empire at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty was not weaker than the Xiongnu before the Han dynasty. In fact, it was much stronger. The Tang dynasty's victory over the Eastern Turks was attributed to Li Er's great talent and the Tang dynasty's military strength. That was why it was so easy to defeat the Eastern Turks. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's military genius, Li Jing, was even deified. It was said that he only had 3,000 men to defeat the Eastern Turks. It was possible that Li Jing was able to defeat the Eastern Turks with 3,000 men. However, it was not because of Li Jing's military talent or the Tang dynasty's military strength. Think about it. There were not many records of this unprecedented war in the history books, and there were no records of any large-scale battles between the two sides. The Eastern Turks seemed to have surrendered easily without a fight. This phenomenon was very abnormal. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty had spent a lot of manpower and money to attack the Xiongnu. The Turks were very likely to be stronger than the Xiongnu. No matter how strong the Tang Dynasty was, it could not have defeated the Turks so quickly. But why was the Turks destroyed by the Tang Dynasty, which was slightly weaker? Other than the Tang Dynasty's commander Li Jing's outstanding military talent, the more important thing was that the Tang Dynasty was blessed by the heavens. Heaven's protection sounded very mysterious, but it really did exist. Firstly, the Sui dynasty, with the help of Zhang Sunsheng, had split the Turks into two parts, the Eastern Turks and the Western Turks. Although the Turkic Empire's strength was still there, its internal divisions had already taken shape and were very difficult to resolve. In this context, although the Tang Empire had been beaten into a sorry state by the Turkic Empire in the early days of its founding, the Turkic Empire had not been truly unified. The two sides had either engaged in internal friction or were unable to focus on attacking the Tang Dynasty. In addition, in history, when the Tang Empire was preparing to go to war with the Turks suddenly suffered from ice and snow disasters for 2 consecutive years. The history books recorded that in the first year of Jingguan, heavy snow fell in the country, several feet of flat land, sheep and horses died, people starved. In the second year of Jingguan, snow fell in midsummer in the country of Jiali. How serious was this disaster? In truth, this was not a disaster limited to the Mongolian grasslands, but a disaster that affected the entire northern hemisphere. The Tang Dynasty was also affected. In the second year of Jingguan, the Yellow River region of China, especially the Hebei region, also suffered from a snow disaster. Even if the Turkic Khaganate went deep into the Tang Dynasty to plunder, they would not gain anything. The temperature in the northern hemisphere plummeted, and the severe snow and frost caused a large number of livestock to freeze to death, causing an unprecedented famine. In order to maintain his military strength, Shelly Khan had no choice but to forcefully collect military supplies from the various tribes of the grasslands. However, this action caused the resistance of many tribes in the Turkic Empire. After all, the Turkic Empire was no longer united. Thus, it was under this background that Li Er had launched a war against the Turks. The Turkic Empire had long since lost its indomitable fighting power, so this massive war between countries had been fought so quickly and easily. After the destruction of the Eastern Turks, Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty issued an edict. Since last year, the tribute has been reduced one after another. There is no need to trouble the generals of Wei and Hua, no need to wait for Jia and Chao. The Chanyu bows his head and passes his arm across the street. From this edict, one could see that after the Tang Dynasty sent out its soldiers, it encountered almost no resistance. Many Turkic tribes, in order to survive, surrendered one after another. Li'er could only sigh. There was no need for generals to work, no need for stratagems, and the Eastern Turks had been destroyed. But now, Li'er was planning to start the country war with the Turks 1 year ahead of schedule, making it very difficult to determine the outcome. This was because the Turks at this time were still extremely powerful. At the very least, no one dared to disobey Shelley's orders on the steppe. Thus, Li Zishuan was resolutely opposed to sending troops to attack the Turks in 3 months. Your Majesty, this subject believes that attacking the Turks at this time is extremely inappropriate. Within Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan struggled internally for a moment before clasping his hands and solemnly speaking. These words caused an uproar among the officials. All the officials knew that Li Zishuan was a warmonger. Back when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty had come to the great Tang to propose marriage, Li Zishuan had directly rebuked him, and Li Zishuan had even threatened to fight. And when the diplomatic mission had visited the great Tang, not only had Li Zishuan been on guard at every turn, he had even targeted them at every turn. It was clear that he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. This sort of warmonger, who was tough on foreign affairs, upon hearing that the great Tang was about to attack the Turks, his first reaction was not to raise both hands in approval, but to oppose. All the officials felt that the sun had risen from the west today. Seated at the head of the table, Li'er frowned and sternly asked, "What's inappropriate about it? Shelley disregarded the great Tang, disregarded us, and dared to send soldiers to Yanmen Pass. As the ruler of the great Tang, why can't we return the favor?" Those familiar with Li'er knew that Li'er was somewhat angry at this time. This was because Li Zishuan had always been a junior that Li'er valued greatly. But today, Li Zishuan's stance on the war between the great Tang and the Turks had greatly disappointed Li'er. To think that the talent that he had painstakingly nurtured was a cowardly scoundrel, how could Li'er not be angry? How could he not be pained? Your Majesty, since the Sui dynasty, when the Turks were divided into the Eastern and Western Turks, the Turks had already been in chaos internally. In addition, there was a snowstorm last year, causing the Turks to lose a lot of food. These are all signs that the Turks' national strength is gradually declining. Meeting Li'er's disappointed gaze, Li Zishuan calmly cupped his hands and said, Li'er indifferently said, "Since that is the case, shouldn't we send troops to destroy Shelley now?" Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "That is not the case. Your Majesty, although the Turks have encountered internal strife and natural disasters, Shelley's strength has been preserved well, and the national strength is still stronger than our great Tang. In this official's opinion, since the Eastern Turks' national strength is already declining, why shouldn't our great Tang wait a little longer?" Wait. Then how long do you think we should wait? Li'er coldly laughed and said in an unfriendly tone. At this moment, the officials in the hall also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan almost cursed in his heart. Wait until when? Of course, wait until next year. But once he said that, Li'er would definitely get to the bottom of it and ask him why he should wait until next year. Then, would he have to tell old Li that at the end of this month there would be seasonal abnormalities on the grasslands and snow in midsummer? No one would believe him even if he said that. Your Majesty, this official thinks that it would be best to wait until next year. Under the pressure of everyone's eyes, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth and replied. At the same time, Li Zishuan's mind was spinning, and he began to think about how to answer Li'er's next question. Next year? Why wait until next year? As expected, after hearing Li Zishuan's answer, Li'er directly asked. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, the Turks met with a snowstorm last winter, and many cows and sheep froze to death. If another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, the Turks will definitely suffer another heavy blow. At that time, if Xieli wants to maintain his current military strength, he will have to ask for food from the other tribes of the grasslands. This will increase the dissatisfaction of the tribes of the grasslands toward Xieli, and the internal friction of the Eastern Turks will definitely worsen. At that time, when your Majesty sends troops to attack the grasslands, you will easily defeat Xieli. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the officials all opened their mouths in shock. They did not expect that Li Zishuan's reason to persuade Li Er to stop fighting would be so childish. Yes, childish. Below the hall, Qiu Xingong coldly laughed and said, "Humph, Marquis Yong, and the premise of all your assumptions is that there will be another snowstorm in the grasslands this year. But who can guarantee that it will snow this year? War is not a game. How can you make the emperor postpone the country war plan based on your guess? What a joke." Qiu Xingong did not take Li Zishuan's words seriously, but Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xuanling's expressions all changed at this moment. Others might not know, but they knew that Li Zishuan had predicted a locust plague last year, and in the 6th month of this year, the locust plague came as scheduled, completely proving how accurate Li Zishuan's prediction was. Now that Li Zishuan said if another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, it instantly alarmed the sensitive nerves of Li Er, Fang Xianling, and Zhang Sun Wuji. Was this a casual remark or a prediction of the situation of the grasslands this winter? Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling all had this question in their hearts at the same time. After Qiu Xingong finished speaking, he thought that Li Er would quickly praise his point of view, but he stood there and waited for a long time, and did not hear Li Er's voice, which made his heart sink gradually. The civil and military officials in the imperial court also felt that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, so they all lowered their heads and did not say a word. After keeping silent for a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth and said, "This matter can be discussed later. I am not feeling well and am a little tired. Today's morning court will end for now." Court dismissed. Li Zishuan, stay behind. After saying that, Li Er did not give the officials a chance to greet him, and directly stood up and walked towards the back of the hall. "Xiao Xian, you must be careful. In front of His Majesty, you must think thrice before you speak." Seeing that Li Er had left, the officials all left the court. Before Li Jing left, he looked at Li Zishuan and reminded him softly, "Yes, Uncle Li," feeling Li Jing's goodwill. Li Zishuan nodded slightly and responded. Then he walked towards the direction of the Sweet Dew Hall alone. Chapter 1579. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that the Turks are at their peak. There is no need for the great Tang to choose to knock against the hard rock that is the Turks. Only by preserving its strength and eliminating the Turks with minimal losses can the great Tang become truly invincible. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was frowning in thought. Li Zishuan had been waiting for a long time, but seeing no response from Li Er, he finally couldn't help but break the silence. Li Er finally raised his head, his unfocused eyes focused. He stared at Li Zishuan and slowly said, "We understand the strength of the Turks better than anyone else. Ever since we ascended the throne, the spies we sent into the steppe have never stopped. We admit that the current strength of the Turkic army is truly 30% greater than that of my great Tang. But yesterday, we issued a decree for the 6 bureaus of the imperial court to prepare for war. 3 months later, an army of 300,000 soldiers will be dispatched from Cham and to the steppe. We are the sovereign of a country, so how can we go back on our word? You said that at the end of the 7th month, the Turks would have a frost in midsummer. Although this matter is absurd, we believe you. But even so, what can we do? Since ancient times, a sovereign has never joked. Do you want us to go back on our word and lose all our prestige? When that time comes, the great Tang will definitely fall into chaos. Li Zixuan frowned and fell silent. Li Er's words were completely sincere. The problem now was not that Li Zixuan didn't believe him, but that the imperial decree to mobilize the Turks had already been issued. No matter how reasonable Li Zixuan's words were, Li Er couldn't possibly change his mind, right? If all the officials in the court believed that the Turks would have a frost in the 7th month, then things would be much easier. At that time, even if Li Er wasn't willing to withdraw the imperial decree, the officials would still force him to do so. But the problem was that the officials couldn't just rely on Li Zixuan's one-sided words to believe in something as absurd as midsummer frost. Thus, Li Er was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Your Majesty, this subject believes that the lives of the great Tang's sons are the most important. If we can delay the attack on the Turks for a year, not only will our chances of victory be greater, our casualties will also be much lower. In comparison, this subject believes that the sovereign's words can also be taken lightly. After a long while, Li Zixuan once more spoke. At this stage, do you still think that we are a tyrannical and fatuous sovereign who would rather push countless great Tang into the abyss of death for the sake of face? Li Zixuan understood the hidden meaning in Li Zixuan's words. He slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. There is no turning back for an arrow that has been shot. The sacred decree of war has already been issued, and the 6 branches of the imperial court are making intensive preparations for this war. If we were to suddenly issue a decree at this time ordering the officials to stop preparing for war, the officials of the imperial court would definitely think that we are afraid of the Turks. There is no wall in this world that does not have a crack. If the officials were to spread this news to the common people of the world would definitely panic. Even if the Turks were to encounter a great snowstorm this year, even if Xieli's strength would be greatly damaged as a result, would the great Tang at that time be able to organize another attack against the Turks? As the saying goes, the first drum builds the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. Rather than the morale of the army falling apart in the future, it would be better to gather the army now and attack the steppe in one go. Although the Turks are strong, our great Tang does not necessarily have no chance of victory. We have wise and resourceful civil officials, valiant and brave generals, as well as the celestial lamp, telegraph, telescope, gunpowder, peerless divine weapons, and invincible armor. Why can't we fight the Turks fair and square? Only by defeating the Turks when they are at their strongest will the great Tang have the capital to be unrivaled in the world, and only then will the surrounding small countries not dare to provoke the great Tang. Back then, you were still full of mettle, declaring that you would make the great Tang unrivaled in the world. Now that you have gone to the north, why have you become so fearful? Could it be that your backbone and courage have been beaten up by the Turk state preceptor? Li Er's voice was like thunder, and his words were like a storm hitting Li Zixuan's face. The entire sweet Dew Hall reverberated with his angry roar. Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, could not help but feel anxious. This was the first time he had seen Li Er so furious in front of an official. Although Li Er had often been angered by his officials in the past, Old Li would not directly vent his anger in front of his officials. He would only smash his cup after the officials had left. Thus, Zhao Song was somewhat worried about Li Zixuan's current situation. This official did not. Li Zixuan was not frightened by Li Er's thunderous anger. He looked straight at Li Er, his eyes red, and his voice hoarse as he retorted, "This official does not fear the Turks. This official's blood is still hot, and my heart is still red. This official loves the land beneath my feet, and even more so, I love the simple and brave people of the Great Tang. If the Great Tang were to send troops to the Turks now, this official would be willing to immediately join the army and be the vanguard, charging and breaking through enemy lines, killing the enemy, and serving the country. But this subject does not wish to see countless good men of the great Tang die under the iron hooves of the Turks. This subject does not wish to experience the pain of separation between life and death, where one could be talking and laughing with his fellow soldiers one moment, and then be buried in the ground the next. Each of them represented a warm family behind them. They could be sons, husbands, or even fathers. When they were buried on the battlefield, their parents would lose their sons, their wives would lose their husbands, and their children would lose their fathers. Their warm family would instantly be shattered. In the Battle of Yonghe Pass, our great Tang lost tens of thousands of soldiers. This means that tens of thousands of families were shattered because of this battle. This official was the one who brought them out of Bing province, but this official did not bring them back. This official has let down their families. Their bones are already on the dry sand, and their families are still in cold clothes. Based on Jun Mo's words, a general success is built on the bones of 10,000. This official does not wish to stand on these piles of bones to make a great contribution. Such a contribution is stained with blood, and this official will feel uneasy. If there is a battle, this official is willing to fight. However, this official does not wish to see more meaningless sacrifices. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Zichuan's eyes couldn't help but turn moist. He thought back to Su Tingda and the other Bing province soldiers who had accompanied him out of Bing province. Just how high-spirited had they been when they had first left Bing province? They had believed that they could seize the advantage by anticipating the enemy's moves, but who could have expected the Turks to invest so much capital, dispatching 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? The defense lines at Yanmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Medu Pass had all been destroyed. Meanwhile, of the 30,000 soldiers that Li Zichuan had brought out of Bing province, only several thousand were left. Every time Li Zichuan thought about this gruesome battle, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Based on Jun Mo's words, a general success is built on the bones of 10,000. From the late Tang poet Chao Song's 6 Years of Life, Li Zichuan was taken aback by this poem. After a few moments of silence, he stood up, a complicated expression on his face, and walked up to Li Zichuan. Patting him on the shoulder, he sternly said, "Brat, since ancient times, people have died in war. If not for those soldiers who risked their lives on the battlefield, how could my great Tang have enjoyed its current peace? When we first stepped onto the battlefield, we were just like you. We also experienced the heart-wrenching pain of seeing one of our fellow soldiers leave us one by one. But we will not run away, nor will we be unable to recover from this setback. This is because we know that only by bringing peace to this country can we prevent even more people from bleeding on the battlefield. However, we can think of a way to reduce the number of deaths." Li Zichuan earnestly said, "Think of a way? The way you speak of is to have us order the officials of the 6 bureaus to stop preparing for the expedition? Is it to have the people of the great Tang know that their sovereign is a cowardly sovereign who fears the Turks? Or is it that you have a way to have the people of the great Tang believe that the Turks will suffer another snowstorm this year?" Li Er coldly snorted and continued, "At this point, the best method is to make ample preparations for the expedition in the next 3 months. The soldiers of the great Tang are not any weaker than the Turks. Moreover, the imperial treasury is abundant, and your workshop has advanced technology. It can provide the soldiers with even more provisions and even better weapons and armor. This way, we can reduce the number of casualties. Brat, you were high-spirited and fearless back then. Don't tell me that you don't even have the confidence to defeat the Turks now?" Li Zichuan was rendered speechless by Li Er's lecture. Old Li's words were reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. Given the current situation of the Great Tang, changing the imperial edict would be too risky and costly. It was better to properly prepare for the expedition. More importantly, although the Turks were stronger in this period, the Great Tang was also stronger than it had been in history. Its treasury was abundant, and its national strength was flourishing. The Great Tang's current industrial level was also more advanced than it had been in history. It could produce sharper weapons and sturdier armor, and it also had auxiliary tools like radio transmissions, celestial lanterns, and telescopes. In this situation, it was not impossible for the Great Tang to repeat that glorious victory in history. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan's heart was once again filled with confidence. Since there was no way to change the matter of the expedition to the steppe, he had to think of a way to increase the Great Tang's chances of victory. Although 3 months was a short period of time, he could still do many things. Your Majesty's lecture is right. This subject was momentarily blinded. In the next 3 months, this subject will do his best to help the imperial court prepare for the Turks. Li Zishuan bowed deeply to Li Er's hen and said with a firm expression. Seeing this, Li Er's face finally revealed a smile of relief. He nodded and said heroically, Good, this is the high-spirited, immortal son. So what if the Turks are strong? As long as we work together, the destruction of the Turks is just around the corner. Your Majesty's words are very true. Li Zishuan agreed with a smile. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that he came to the imperial court today with a mission, so he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, Your Majesty, this subject's martial uncle from Mount Longhu wishes to have an audience with Your Majesty. He is currently waiting outside the palace. Your Majesty, hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, Oh, you mean Taoist Xianqing is also in Chang? And, quick, men, quickly invite Taoist Xianqing over. Then Li Er impatiently shouted to the eunuchs outside the hall. Yes, one of the eunuchs bowed and replied, then turned and left quickly. In the Ganlu hall, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and asked thoughtfully, Tell me honestly, why did Taoist Xianqing come to the palace to see me this time? Longhu Mountain had always been a secluded sect and had never been enthusiastic about the secular imperial power. Therefore, when Taoist Xianqing took the initiative to come to the palace, Li Er immediately felt that something was wrong after the initial excitement. Therefore, he asked Li Zishuan. In addition, this time when Li Zishuan was seriously injured at Longmen Pass and his life was hanging by a thread, Taoist Xianqing, who had been cultivating in Longhu Mountain, actually arrived in time. This kind of coincidence that shouldn't have happened. Old Li had been suspicious for a long time. Hearing this, Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, martial uncle came down the mountain, this time to carry out a mission given by sect leader. Unexpectedly, when he passed by Lontian County, he found out that I was already at Longmen Pass, so he rushed to Longmen County on a horse and happened to see Longmen Pass being besieged by the Turkic army. Your Majesty should have heard about what happened after that. Li Er nodded and then asked, You just said that Taoist Xianqing came down the mountain on the orders of sect leader Feng Lingzi. Can you tell me what the mission is? After the heart-to-heart conversation just now, the emperor and his minister were much closer to each other, so Li Zishuan didn't have much scruples about what he said. When Li Zishuan answered, he also didn't deliberately hide it. Your Majesty, to be honest, sect leader Feng Lingzi wants the disciples of Celestial Master Taoism to enter the secular world to cultivate. Most of those disciples are proficient in medicine. Sect leader also heard that I have set up a medical school in Yunshan and set up many joint medical centers all over the Tang Empire. Therefore, he wants those disciples of Celestial Master Taoism with excellent medical skills to enter the medical centers and take the pulse of the people. For the people of Taoism, saving the dying and healing the injured, and curing the diseases of the people, is also a kind of cultivation. I see. Li Er's eyes lit up. After a pause, he nodded and said, Good, good, good. With the help of the people of Celestial Master Taoism, this joint medical center of the Tang Empire will definitely become bigger and bigger. The people of the Tang Empire will definitely have less illness and more happiness. This is a great thing. The Tang Empire respected Laozi as their ancestor and regarded Taoism as their national religion. They took measures to promote Taoism and raise the status of Taoist priests. Emperor Gaozu of the Tang Empire, Li Yuan, stipulated that Taoism is great and Buddha is small, age first, and then release later. After Li Er ascended the throne, he immediately reiterated that my origin is from the pillar, and collected the hidden and secret Taoist books of the Jin and Wei dynasties to spread the Taoism. As Taoism was beneficial to the orthodoxy and sanctity of the imperial power of the Tang Empire, Li Er had a very good impression of Taoism. When he heard Li Zishuan say that the people of Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain were planning to enter the secular world to cultivate, old Li was naturally overjoyed. Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianqing is outside the hall. At this moment, a little eunuch ran in and bowed. Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianqing in. Li Er was shocked and said excitedly, Your Majesty, but Taoist Master Xianqing is unwilling to remove the sword case. The eunuch had a difficult expression. Li Zishuan quickly went forward and explained, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Little martial uncle is obsessed with swordsmanship and views swords as his life. He has never left his sword. Please forgive him. Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life that little martial uncle definitely has no ill intentions towards Your Majesty. Li Er smiled indifferently and said, It's fine. I believe you. Then he looked at the eunuch and said, What are you waiting for? Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianqing in. Yes, sir. Chapter 1580. Li Er had followed Li Yuan to rebel against the Sui dynasty when he was young. He had been fighting on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. Old Li was used to seeing life and death, and those martial arts masters. Although Xianqing's strength was very high, Li Er was not afraid that he would suddenly attack in the Sweet Dew Hall. Firstly, his own martial arts were quite good. Secondly, Zhao Song and Li Zishuan were in the hall. Thirdly, he did not believe that Xianqing would suddenly attack and assassinate him in the Sweet Dew Hall. Since ancient times, only tyrants would be easily assassinated. Li Er had always been kind to the people ever since he ascended the throne. He had never done any evil deeds that angered the heavens and the people. As a member of Tao, there was no reason for Xianqing to assassinate him. Thus, Li Er did not mind that Xianqing carried the sword case in. Back then, he often met some generals who wore armor and carried weapons here. Why would he care about Xianqing bringing weapons into the hall? Li Er still had this little bit of tolerance. I am Xianqing. Greetings, Your Majesty. After a while, Xianqing came to the hall. After standing still, he bowed to Li Er and said. Li Er said politely, You don't have to be so polite. Come, give him a seat. No matter what, Xianqing entered the palace, this time representing the Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Li Er should give him the corresponding respect. Not long after, a chamberlain brought over a chair. It was an old-fashioned wooden armchair. With one look, one could tell that it was a pirated version that old Li ordered people to copy from Li Zishuan. Xianqing had seen this kind of chair in Li Zishuan's house last night, so he didn't show much surprise. He cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Then he sat down leisurely. Li Zixuan secretly curled his lips. He was also from the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Why did he never enjoy this kind of treatment? In the sweet dew hall, old Li was trying to discriminate between the two. After Xianqing sat down, Li Er smiled and said, "The celestial master Taoism has been the leader of Taoism in the world for hundreds of years. I have always wanted to go to Mount Longhu to visit the leader of your sect, Taoist Fenglingzi, and discuss the great Tao of heaven and earth together. I did not expect Taoist Xianqing to come to Chang, and I am very happy." Under Li Zixuan's persuasion, old Li had given up the fantasy and pursuit of immortals. However, it was hard for Li Er not to pay attention to the arrival of such an important figure of Taoism like Xianqing. Besides, it was inevitable that Li Er had some improper thoughts in his heart. After all, the Celestial Master Taoism was the oldest Taoist sect in the Central Plains. It could also be regarded as the sect closest to immortals. Its founder, Zhang Daoling, was respectfully called Celestial Master Zhang by the world. In the history books, Zhang Daoling was a real immortal who had achieved immortality. This also covered the Celestial Master Taoism with a layer of mystery. Li Er was still somewhat in awe of the Celestial Master Taoism. In the face of Li Er's enthusiasm, Xianqing was unmoved. He sat on the armchair, cold and arrogant, and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. Since your Majesty ascended the throne, the world has been peaceful, and the people have been prosperous. The Tang Dynasty has been thriving in your Majesty's hands. The head of the sect has admired your Majesty for a long time and has always wanted to come to Chang and to pay respects to your Majesty in person. However, due to the busy affairs in the sect, he could only send me to Chang and to pay respects to your Majesty." Although Xianqing's face was cold and arrogant, the meaning expressed in his words was the goodwill of the Celestial Master Taoism to Li Er. There was no other way. This was the task given to him by Fenglingzi. Even if he was unwilling, he had to complete it. Hearing this, Li Er was really happy. He said with a smile, "Ha!" As the 14th Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Taoism, Fenglingzi's Taoism is profound. I have always admired him in my heart. According to the historical records, the first 4 heads of the Celestial Master Taoism in Longhu Mountain, including Zhang Daoling, had all received the Taoism of the Taishang Laojun and became immortals. The current head of the Celestial Master Taoism, Fenglingzi, whose real name was Zhang Xijing, was the 14th successor of Zhang Daoling. He could be considered to be from a famous family. Seeing that the pleasantries were almost finished, Xianqing went straight to the point and said, "Your Majesty regards Taoism as the religion of the Tang Dynasty. All the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world are grateful to your Majesty. As the leader of the Taoist sects in the world, the Celestial Master Taoism wants to lead the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world to help your Majesty stabilize the country. This time, I came down the mountain under the instructions of the head of the sect. I want to ask your Majesty for an order to let the Celestial Master Taoism enter the world to save the common people. In addition, the head of the sect also asked me to bring something for your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will kindly accept it." After that, Xianqing took out a book with a blue cover from his sleeve. Li Zixuan, who was standing at the side, curiously stuck his head out to see what the book in Xianqing's hand was. However, Xianqing seemed to notice his action. He directly put the book into his sleeve and turned around, saying, "Xiaoxian, I have something important to discuss with your Majesty. You go out and wait for a while. After the discussion is finished, I will leave the palace with you." "Yes, uncle." It was obvious that Xianqing had something to hide deliberately. This made Li Zixuan very confused. He secretly wondered what the mysterious content of the book was. Why did he have to hide it from him? In his impression, youngest uncle had never hidden anything from him. Li Zishuan, who was puzzled and a little uncomfortable in his heart, responded and cupped his hands to Li Er, saying, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Although Li Er did not understand why Xianqing had to do this, he was more curious than Li Zishuan about the content of the book in Xianqing's hand. Hearing this, he couldn't wait to wave his hand and said, "Yes." Then Marquis Yong, "And you can leave first." Damn it. Old Li is a classic example of getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. How unkind. Li Zishuan scolded Li Er for being unkind in his heart. However, he said, "I will take my leave." With a complicated feeling of curiosity, doubt, and disappointment, Li Zishuan reluctantly left the sweet Dew Hall. Actually, if he looked carefully, he would be able to see the deeply hidden awkwardness on Xianqing's face. Outside the hall, Li Zishuan, who was angry, wanted to leave the imperial palace and return to Yun Mountain. However, he remembered that this was Xianqing's first time in the imperial palace. If there was no one to lead the way, it would be easy for him to get lost. Li Zishuan could only wait patiently outside Tai Chi Palace. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Zishuan thought to himself, the academy should be having their final exam right now, right? I hope that group of children can do their best and live up to old teacher Wen Ji's expectations. After returning to Yun Mountain, Li Zishuan knew more and more about the attack on the academy that night. This included Li Gang's passionate and righteous words when he faced Wu Jia. This old man was originally a scholar. I know the 4 books and 5 classics. I am familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. I only have a few hundred students. This is this old man's greatest asset. This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morality, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian. How can I be threatened by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are strong and invincible, but I want to see what you can do to me today. Thinking about these words now, Li Zishuan could not restrain his entire body from trembling, his blood vessels pulsing. His chest was filled with literary knowledge. His mind was as deep as a valley. His belly was filled with poetic and scholarly spirit. Li Gang's heart was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. Therefore, he was not afraid of ghosts and serpents, much less the Tujue's imperial preceptor, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan admired Li Gang even more for his courage and magnanimity. Fortunately, Li Zishuan successfully pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would still be in deep self-reproach. "Little Xian, let's go back to Lantian." At some point in time, Xianqing walked out from the Taiji Palace and stood behind Li Zishuan. "Little martial uncle." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked in surprise, "Junior martial uncle, you finished your discussion with His Majesty so quickly?" "Yes." Xianqing faintly replied with a and did not say anything more. Li Zishuan didn't want to let go of Xianqing. He asked, "Little martial uncle, the book you gave His Majesty, what's the content in it?" Xianqing paused and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Could it be that the book recorded the martial arts secret of the Celestial Master Sect? Little martial uncle, did you give His Majesty the secret of Taishan Sutra?" Facing Li Zishuan's wild guess, Xianqing's face turned red. He finally couldn't help but say angrily, "It's not a secret martial arts secret, and it's not Taishan Sutra. Little Xian, stop guessing. Go back to Lantian County quickly. Little Marshal Uncle has something to discuss with priest son. Oh, seeing that Xianqing was unwilling to tell him the content of the small book, Li Zixuan gave up and had to agree. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Little Marshal Uncle, how was your discussion with His Majesty just now? Did His Majesty agree to the request of our sect? Hearing this, Xianqing's face immediately returned to normal. He nodded and said, His Majesty agrees that the Celestial Master Sect and your medical school will jointly set up joint medical centers in all the counties of the Tang Empire. The cost will be borne by the Imperial Court. That's great. Hearing this, Li Zixuan immediately forgot some of the previous unpleasantness and said happily, with the help of our sect, the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire can be set up in all the counties of the Tang Empire in the shortest time. By then, the people will have no disease that is difficult to treat. The biggest obstacle to the implementation of the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire was not the problem of money, but the lack of talent. The Tang Empire had a vast territory, with a total of more than 360 counties. If the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire wanted to cover the whole Tang Empire, how many medical talents would they need? Now that Old Li had specially allowed the people of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain to join the joint medical centers, this was undoubtedly good news. Because the people of the Celestial Master Sect had taken the lead to set an example, in the future there would be more and more Taoist priests from other Taoist sects who wanted to join the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire. This was a snowball effect. Taoism had developed for nearly 1,000 years, and there were more than tens of thousands of disciples. Most of the people in Taoism were good at medical skills. If more than 30% of these people could join the joint medical centers, the problem of the medical centers being short of people in the early stage would be solved easily. Chapter 1581. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that Brother Xiaoxian has returned from the north? Chang'an City, West City. A gorgeous carriage slowly moved forward with the flow of people. In the carriage, a young lady with bright eyes and white teeth raised her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. There was no need to guess. This young lady and young man were Changle and Li Chengqian. After the morning court session, Changle sent someone to invite Li Chengqian. Yesterday, the two siblings had agreed to leave the palace together today. Yes, that's right. Xiaoxian even attended the morning court session today. I heard that he returned to Cloud Mountain last night. Li Chengqian lightly nodded as he replied, Ah, Brother Crown Prince, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known earlier, I would have waited for Brother Xiaoxian in the palace to come out together. Changle wrinkled her nose and said regretfully. Li Chengqian's eyes flashed as he asked with deep meaning, Changle, Father kept Xiaoxian alone after the morning court session. Could it be that you want to continue waiting in the palace? Of course not. We left the palace today for Mother to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn to make a meteoric rise. In any case, Brother Xiaoxian is already back. If we want to see him, we can see him at any time. Don't you think so, Brother Crown Prince? Changle hesitated for a moment before hurriedly changing her words. After saying that, she couldn't help but pat her collar and heave a sigh of relief. She secretly praised herself for being quick-witted. Otherwise, she would have fallen into Li Chengqian's trap. Li Chengqian helplessly shook his head. Just now, he indeed wanted to test Changle's reaction, but now it seemed that there was no need to test anymore. His younger sister's thoughts were so complicated. Venerable One, it's that carriage. Under a tea shed 100 feet in front of the carriage, a large man whispered to a bamboo hat man sitting beside him. Are you sure that the one sitting inside is the current crown prince? Soon, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from under the bamboo hat. I'm sure. I saw this carriage coming out of the palace. Moreover, I recognized the soldiers behind the carriage. They all came from the Eastern Palace. The one sitting inside the carriage is undoubtedly the Crown Prince. The gray-robed man hurriedly whispered. Good. The middle-aged man wearing the bamboo hat nodded and then whispered excitedly, TSK, TSK? What a pleasant surprise. Initially, he had already completed the Dragon Head mission and was about to return. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-sent opportunity. If this poor monk can capture the great Tang's crown prince and bring him back, Li Shimin will definitely be wary. Hee. Venerable One, are you really going to fight here? The burly man's face tightened slightly, and then he moved closer to the bamboo hat man and asked anxiously, Humph, what happened here? The more people there are, the safer we will be. In a while, follow the plan this poor monk gave you. The bamboo hat man said coldly. Yes, the burly man responded, then turned around and left. On the street, the carriage that Li Chengqian and Changle were in was still moving forward slowly. The pedestrians outside the carriage were bustling with activity, talking and laughing. It was very lively in contrast to the peddlers' shouts. This was the busiest market in this era. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, help. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs came from the depths of the Western Market. Soon after, the crowd fell into chaos. A large black yak was madly charging through the streets, knocking away the pedestrians who couldn't get out of the way in time. Some of the pedestrians who were caught by the yak's horns had their bodies pierced, splattering blood on the spot. However, the black yak did not slow down in the slightest. Screams and howls merged together, and in a short while, the main street of the Western Market was in chaos. Even worse was that the black yak was like a fugitive, not slowing down in the slightest as it charged toward Li Chengqian's carriage. Protect the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince of the Great Tang, Li Chengqian could not leave the palace alone. The Eastern Palace guards, following Li Chengqian out of the palace, quickly noticed the commotion in the Western Market. Seeing that the black yak was about to reach them, the leader of the guards, Wu San, hurriedly pulled out his saber and shouted. Yes, sir. 10 some Eastern Palace guards answered in unison, and then they rushed to the carriage and stood in a row with MO sabers in their hands. Big Brother Crown Prince, what's going on outside? As the carriage came to a sudden stop, screams and howls came from outside. Changle's face paled in fright as she grabbed Li Chengqian's arm and asked, Assassination. There was a high chance that this was an assassination. Li Chengqian's face was as cold as water. As someone who had lived in the depths of the palace for many years, he instantly sensed that something was amiss. He patted Changle's small hand and sternly said, Changle, you stay here. This solitude will go out, and take a look. Even though Li Chengqian already had a bad premonition, he had to step out at this time. If there really was an assassin, the assassin was probably coming for him. If he stayed in the carriage, he would only drag Changle down with him. As her elder brother, Li Chengqian felt that he had the responsibility to protect his little sister. Wu San, what's going on? Jumping out of the carriage, Li Chengqian frowned and sternly called out, Your Highness, quickly enter the carriage. There's a mad yak coming from the front. Li Chengqian's carriage was a thick steel carriage specially made by the Odd Interest Pavilion. Ordinary arrows would not be able to penetrate it. At this critical moment, Wu San placed his hopes on this heavy carriage. He then loudly shouted, Stop it! With that, Wu San wielded his MO saber and led the charge towards the black yak. At this time, the black yak was only 4 to 5 zhang away from the carriage. The rest of the soldiers hurriedly controlled the carriage to stop at the side, while the rest charged with Wu San. the distance between them, and the black yak was getting closer and closer. Wu San was able to become an Eastern Palace guard, and his martial arts were also quite good. When he was about to reach the black yak, he directly soared into the air and flew above the black yak. Then he raised his mo saber and viciously chopped at the yak's neck. Clearly, Wu San also understood that if he directly used the mo saber to chop at the yak's head, he would not be able to cut through it. Therefore, he chose to chop at the black yak's relatively weak spot. Pooh! This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The middle of the mo saber in Wu San's hand had almost completely sunk into the black yak's neck. Although the saber had cut through, it did not cut through the black yak's neck. In fact, to be able to cut through the black yak's thick neck in such a situation, one would have to be at least at the peak of the Qi transformation realm or the Grandmaster realm to be able to do so. Wu San's saber did not cut through the black yak's neck. Instead, it aroused the black yak's ferocity. The black yak, who was in pain, had completely turned into a mad bull. Its 4 big hooves desperately stomped on the limestone floor, and then it carried Wu San and charged towards the 4 or 5 Eastern Palace guards. "Evil beast, you dare!" Seeing this, Wu San was both shocked and angry. He pressed one hand on the saber's hilt and used the momentum to fly up, directly riding on the black yak's back. Then he pulled out the mo saber from the black yak's neck and ruthlessly stabbed at the black yak's neck from the side. Although the laws of the Great Tang clearly stated that no one was allowed to kill a farm cow, in this situation, not only did the black yak threaten the lives of the common people in the West City, it was also threatening Li Chengqian's safety. Wu San almost did not hesitate. In an instant, he made a decision: directly kill the black yak. Qi. This time, because Wu San was riding on the yak's back, it was easier for his wrist to exert force. Therefore, the saber directly pierced the black yak's neck from top to bottom. Blood spurted out from the black yak's neck and sprayed onto Wu San's face. Moo! The black yak let out a sorrowful cry. Finally, it could no longer run and died on the spot. And at this time, the black yak was less than 1 zhang away from the carriage. Wu San, who was on the yak's back, jumped to the ground before the black yak fell to the ground. Then, he finally let out a big sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, he caught a glimpse of a burning bamboo tube tied to the black yak's tail. Wu San's heart instantly rose to his throat because he knew that the black yak on the ground had not gone crazy. Instead, someone was using the black yak to create a disturbance. Quickly protect His Highness and the princess. Wu San, who had reacted, quickly pulled out the mo saber from the black yak's neck and shouted loudly. But his warning was too late. Just as Wu San's voice fell, a tall and sturdy man wearing a bamboo hat was flying in Li Chengqian's direction. His speed was so fast that Wu San had no time to react. He could only stare blankly as the man put his hand on Li Chengqian's shoulder. Impudent! What kind of thief dares to commit murder in Chang and city? Li Chengqian's heart was slightly alarmed when his shoulder was clamped, but his expression was still calm. He looked at the tall and sturdy man beside him and coldly reprimanded. "Humph! Chang and city? This place will soon become our world. Ha ha ha." The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly and laughed arrogantly. Then, seeing that Wu San and the others were rushing over with all their might, the man in the bamboo hat waved his sleeve at a nearby stall. The wooden shelves, sheds, baskets, and other things were brought to the group of Eastern Palace guards by his powerful true Qi. He, on the other hand, lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, grabbed Li Chengqian, and leaped into the air, about to escape into the flood of pedestrians. "Stop! Let go of Brother Crown Prince." At this moment, The carriage's curtains moved slightly, and a little girl dressed in a pink palace dress jumped out of the carriage and shouted at the man in the bamboo hat who had just leaped into the air. "Changle, don't worry about your brother. Quickly go back." Li Chengqian, who was being held in the air, saw Changle come out of the carriage and couldn't help but anxiously shout, "Changle, ha ha, I didn't expect good things to come in pairs. It seems that today is destined to be a fruitful day." The man in the bamboo hat lowered his head and looked at Changle, then looked at the anxious Li Chengqian. Then he laughed proudly. Then the man in the bamboo hat came back, grabbed Li Chengqian's shoulder, and flew down. To be precise, he was flying in the direction of Changle. "Protect Her Highness." Wu San was shocked and angry. He held the Mo sword and flew in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Then he raised the Mo sword above his head and viciously slashed at the man in the bamboo hat. "Humph!" The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Then he turned the hands that were holding Li Chengqian slightly and sent Li Chengqian's body in the direction of Wu San's slash. Despicable. Seeing this, Wu San turned pale with fright. He hurriedly put away the Mo sword, but at this moment he was already in the air. He wanted to change direction, but there was no point for him to use. He could only continue flying in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. "Die." This word floated out of the wide bamboo hat. Then the man in the bamboo hat stretched out his left palm and viciously slapped Wu San's chest. "Wu San, be careful." Li Chengqian was the closest to the man in the bamboo hat and was the first to sense the man's actions. He hurriedly warned him loudly. But how fast was the man in the bamboo hat? By the time Li Chengqian finished speaking, that wide palm had already firmly imprinted itself on Wu San's chest. Uffed! Wu San spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he rapidly fell down. The fresh blood that was floating in the air reflected the morning sun, making it look very sorrowful. "Protect the crown prince. Protect the princess. Quickly call for reinforcements." This was the death cry that Wu San used all his strength to let out before he landed. More than 10 Eastern Palace guards immediately swarmed in front of Changle with their Mo swords in hand. In addition, another guard rushed out of the crowd and ran to report the news. "Humph! You overestimate yourselves." The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then he used the tip of his foot to pick up a wooden stick on the ground. It was probably scattered by the roadside stall during the chaos earlier. Then the man in the bamboo hat held the wooden stick in his hand and directly rushed forward. Without any movement, the 10 Eastern Palace guards were all swept to the ground by the wooden stick. After knocking down all the Eastern Palace guards, the man in the bamboo hat retreated back to Li Chengqian's side. All of this happened in a flash. From start to finish, it was probably only a few blinks of an eye, and all the Eastern Palace guards were down. This was the absolute difference in strength, and Li Chengqian wanted to take advantage of the time when the man in the bamboo hat attacked, but he couldn't escape because the time interval was too short. "It's the Crown Prince. Someone wants to kidnap the Crown Prince." Shi City was originally a bustling place. The commotion caused by the Black Yak earlier had caused many people to flee, but there were still some brave people who didn't go far. At this time, when they saw the situation on Li Chengqian's side, they couldn't help but exclaim. Then the surrounding commoners all reacted and surrounded the carriage. "Humph! I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The man in the bamboo hat, who was walking towards Changle, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the crowd that was gradually coming closer. After that, he flashed in front of Changle. Changle didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by the man in the bamboo hat. "Let go of me! Let go of me! You heinous villain! How dare you commit murder in Chang and city? My father won't let you off. With her shoulder grabbed, Changle wanted to struggle, but found that she couldn't exert any strength. The little girl protested loudly in fear and anger. Humph! Both of you, brother and sister, come with this poor monk. The man in the bamboo hat snorted softly, and then prepared to leave with Li Chengqian and Changle. But things didn't go as he wished. Let go of the crown prince and princess. The man in the bamboo hat suddenly felt his legs sink. He looked down and saw a man covered in blood hugging his legs. Chapter 1582. Humph! You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. On the main street of the West Market, the bamboo hat man was enraged when the leader of the Eastern Palace Guards, Wu San, hugged his legs. He snorted coldly and circulated his qi to his legs. A powerful surge of Jinqi suddenly erupted, causing Wu San to spit out a mouthful of blood. Uft! Help me! Quick, help me! Wu Sanji felt a surge in his chest. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. However, his powerful will allowed Wu San to hold on tightly to the bamboo hat man's legs. He used all of his strength to shout to the other soldiers around him. Go! Protect His Highness! The dozen or so Eastern Palace guards who had fallen to the ground stood up again and ran toward the man in the bamboo hat with all their might. Seeing this, the man in the bamboo hat panicked. He channeled true qi into his legs again and released it, trying to shake Wu San off completely. Uft! Uft! This time, Wu San spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The joints in his arms were completely broken, and he was sent flying far away. It was not that he did not want to continue holding on to the man in the bamboo hat, but his arms were completely powerless now. Wu San, Commander Wu, Li Chengqian, and the group of Eastern Palace guards were all shocked. Wu San was clearly heavily injured and looked like he was about to die. Who knew that the man in the bamboo hat would not give up? He took 2 steps forward like lightning and kicked Wu San in the abdomen. Wu San was instantly kicked into the air and smashed into the Eastern Palace guards, who were rushing over. Humph! You overestimate yourself. After breaking free of Wu San's restraints, the man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then, like an eagle catching chicks, he picked up Li Chengqian and Changle and prepared to leave. But, bam! Protect His Highness! Protect Her Highness! Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to leave and the Eastern Palace guards were smashed to the ground, a burly man in coarse clothes suddenly slid toward the man in the bamboo hat. When he slid to the feet of the man in the bamboo hat, the burly man did not hesitate to imitate Wu San and hug the man in the bamboo hat's legs tightly. After witnessing that brief exchange with the burly man on the ground as a demonstration, the surrounding commoners all followed suit and swarmed toward the man in the bamboo hat. Even if they knew that they were no match for the man in martial arts, what could they do? This was the capital, under the emperor's feet. Kidnapping the crown prince and princess right under the emperor's nose. How was that just lawless? This was simply treason. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially the people of Chang, and their customs were more valiant than those of other places. Someone wanted to kidnap the crown prince and the princess right under the emperor's nose. As Tangs under the emperor's nose, they would not allow such a thing to happen. His Highness! His Highness! His Highness! His Highness! After a while, dozens of people from Chang and city surrounded the man. They not only surrounded him, but also hugged his legs tightly. The reason why the citizens were so fearless was that the Li Tang royal family had won the hearts of the people. Li Chengqian had also done a lot of good deeds before, so the citizens had a very good impression of Li Chengqian. But now that the man in the bamboo hat wanted to capture their crown prince, These citizens would definitely not agree. You're all courting death. The man in the bamboo hat was furious, especially when he felt the ground tremble slightly and knew that it was very likely that the patrolling Marquis of Chong was about to rush over. His heart was filled with rage and panic. With an angry snort, many of the people around him were sent flying or vomited blood from the shock. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Shi City. Soldiers in the city, go to support them. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Shi City. Soldiers in the city, go to support them. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Zixuan and Xian Qing were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in their field of vision, and that soldier was running while panting. What? Cheng Qian and Changle were under attack. Hearing that, Li Zixuan and Xian Qing looked at each other and were shocked. He hurriedly urged Big White to come in front of the soldier and asked anxiously, "You said the crown prince and princess were under attack. Who attacked them? How are the crown prince and princess now?" Marquis Yong and the soldier looked up and saw that the person who asked was Li Zixuan. He immediately became excited and grabbed Li Zixuan's arm, saying excitedly, "Marquis, quickly go to Shi City and save the crown prince and princess. There is a thief wearing a bamboo hat and is extremely skilled in martial arts who wants to do something bad." Li Zixuan took back the Academy's information from Wu Jia at the Longmen Pass and became famous in the world. Now, who did not know that Li Zixuan could fight a great Grandmaster Master alone? Therefore, after seeing Li Zixuan, the soldier who sent the message felt like he had seen his savior. Shi City, extremely skilled in martial arts. Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he turned his horse around and said to Xian Qing, "Young Uncle Master, I will go save the crown prince and princess. You go back to Yinshan first." Then, without waiting for Xian Qing's reply, he kicked Big White's stomach and rushed to the west side of the city with his horse. "Little Xian, Uncle Master will go with you." Xian Qing quickly made a decision and chased after Li Zixuan's back. He was not interested in fighting and killing at all. However, since the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain had chosen to enter the world, now that he knew something had happened to Li Chengqian, he had to help. Seeing that, the soldier who sent the message could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that with the help of the two masters, Li Zixuan and Xian Qing, it was basically settled. Even if the man in the bamboo hat was skilled in martial arts, he would definitely not be a match for Li Zixuan and Xian Qing. Chapter 1583. Clang! Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Changle's head with his right palm, a loud and clear sound of a sword suddenly came from the street of Shi Market. The man in the bamboo hat instantly felt a sense of extreme danger. If this palm hit, Changle would undoubtedly die, but he would also be seriously injured by this sword. Humph! Of course, the man in the bamboo hat didn't want to die like this. He snorted coldly and directly turned his palm into a claw. He directly grabbed Changle's right shoulder and pulled her in front of him. He wanted to use Changle to block this sudden and peerless sword. "You're courting death." This sword was the fifth move of the 9 Taishan swords, leaving dust, which was used by Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan rode all the way to the entrance of Shi Market. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Changle's head with his palm. Li Zixuan was so shocked and angry that he directly used the fastest move of the 9 Taishan swords to save Changle. However, the man in the bamboo hat's reaction was both unexpected and reasonable. In order to avoid hurting Changle, Li Zixuan could only forcibly change the direction of the sword to avoid the man in the bamboo hat and Changle. However, the man in the bamboo hat's action had also thoroughly angered Li Zixuan. Today's matter was destined to be irreconcilable. Grand Master late stage. The man in the bamboo hat, who had dodged a bullet, couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he felt the momentum from Li Zixuan. He had never expected to meet a master at the Grand Master late stage here, let alone a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "You're Li Zixuan." In the whole world, Li Zixuan was probably the only person who could reach such a high level of martial arts at such a young age. Changle, who had thought that she was doomed, closed her eyes and waited for her death. However, after waiting for a long time, the bamboo hat man's palm did not land. Instead, she heard the words Li Zixuan. She hurriedly opened her eyes and saw Li Zixuan brushing past her with the wind-chasing sword in hand. At this moment, Changle couldn't help but feel a little dazed. When she was at her most dangerous and desperate moment, the man she respected and admired the most finally appeared. Was this fate, or was it a coincidence? Humph! How could a grandmaster commit such a despicable act? He really deserves to die. Just when the man in the bamboo hat was shocked by Li Zixuan's arrival, a cold snort came from his left. Then he felt a sharp light locking onto him. The fifth sword of the 9 Taishian swords, a sword leaving dust and desolation. A handsome man in a Taoist robe, holding a long sword, was stabbing towards him at an even faster speed. Powerful! In the face of such a powerful swordsman, the man in the bamboo hat couldn't even think of resisting. He knew that he couldn't hide or resist, so he could only run. As for using the same trick again and pulling Changle to his left as a shield, there was no time at all, because this swordsman's speed was more than 30% faster than Li Zixuan's. When did so many demons appear in Chang and City, and each one was more powerful than the other? This was the most depressing thing for the man in the bamboo hat at this moment. Venerable, be careful! The burly man who had been standing beside the bamboo hat man flew over at this critical moment. With a chi sound, the long sword pierced his body in the next moment. The bamboo hat man took the opportunity to retreat quickly and directly retreated more than 5 feet away. Venerable, leave quickly! The big man spat out blood, but before he died, he still worriedly said these 4 words. The man in the bamboo hat didn't stop. He directly jumped up and flew away over the heads of the onlookers. There were 2 guru masters, and one of them was a super sword master who was about to break through the great grandmaster realm. In the face of such a lineup, he didn't even have the courage to stay for a moment, let alone care about the 2 hostages, Li Chengqian and Changle. Xiaoxian, you stay here, I'll chase after him. The last sword master, who was wearing a Taoist robe, was Xian Qing. Seeing the man in the bamboo hat jump away, Xian Qing moved his feet slightly and used all his strength to perform the cloud-piercing steps. In a flash, he had already disappeared, leaving only these 4 words in the air. Uncle, be careful! Li Zixuan also wanted to chase after him, but he was worried that there would be an ambush here. So he had to stay and shouted in the direction where Xian Qing disappeared. Changle! Changle! You all right? The exchange of blows just now seemed to take a long time to describe, but to an ordinary person, it was only a matter of an instant. It was absolutely not more than 10 breaths of time, from beginning to end. Only now did Li Chengqian finally return to his senses. He hurriedly rushed to Chang Li's side and asked with an anxious and concerned expression. At this time, Changle's face was already wet, and her mouth was full of blood. It was the blood flowing from the arm of the man in the bamboo hat. The blood coupled with her weeping face not only didn't make people feel fear, but also made people feel a kind of affection and pity for her. Because just now, if this weak little girl hadn't stood out bravely and bit the arm of the man in the bamboo hat, Li Chengqian would probably be a cold corpse now. In order to protect her brother, Even if the enemy was a powerful and invincible guru master, Changle stood out fearlessly. Thinking of this, Li Chengqian's heart was filled with sorrow, pity, and self-blame. He hurriedly wiped the blood from Changle's mouth with his sleeve and kept murmuring, "Changle, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. I shouldn't have brought you out." Changle shook her head. Although there were still tears in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Brother Crown Prince, don't say that. It's fine as long as you're all right. Changle is also fine. This is the blood of that thief, not Changle's. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." Hearing Changle say that she was all right, Li Chengqian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A smile of relief appeared on his face. "Quickly call the imperial physician. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are injured." At this time, the surrounding marquises had already surrounded them, and the Marquis in the lead loudly ordered. Li Chengqian stood up, and his gentle face became dignified again. He said in a deep voice, "I and the princess are all right. Quickly send these injured commoners and guards to the Imperial Physician Department. The rest of you quickly track down the assassin's whereabouts." Yes, the Marquis in the lead loudly accepted the order. At this time, Li Chengqian walked towards Li Zishuan. He very solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, "Little Xian, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the two of us would have met with misfortune." Li Chengqian was very clear in his heart that the bamboo hat man's goal was nothing more than to hold the two of them hostage to achieve an unspeakable goal. However, in order to escape the encirclement, the bamboo hat man could only choose to kill one of the two of them as a deterrent. The person who should have died was him, but because of Changle's excessive actions, the bamboo hat man changed his target. If Li Zishuan had arrived a moment later, Changle would have died, and he, Li Chengqian, would have become the bamboo hat man's hostage. In order to prevent Li Er from being threatened by the bamboo hat man, he could only sacrifice himself. Finished speaking, Li Chengqian sincerely bowed towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan jumped in fright. He quickly moved to the side and helped Li Chengqian up, saying, "Chengqian, what are you doing? Aren't you torturing me like this? You said before that we are all good brothers. When a brother is in trouble, Li Zishuan, should come to help. Isn't that what I should do? If you continue to be like this, next time I won't save you." In the end, Li Zishuan couldn't help but crack a joke. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but smile, saying, "That's good. I won't say any polite words. This friendship, I will always remember it in my heart. The friendship between men was like this. Perhaps I'm not good with words, but as long as you need help, I will appear. I won't ask too much, and I won't be embarrassed. Some seemingly careless details and small matters are all moments of true feelings between men. As long as you can understand it, there's no need to say anything more." Chapter 1584. Bastard. In the land of Chang, and at the foot of the imperial city, there are assassins who dare harm our crown prince and princess. In the future, will there be people who will break into the imperial palace and chop at our head? In the sweet dew hall of the imperial palace, Li Er's furious roar resounded through the entire hall. The palace maids and eunuchs outside the hall could hear the roar from far away. Thus, everyone in the imperial palace fell silent. No one dared to make the slightest mistake at a time like this. And in the hall, Lu Dui of the Court of Judicial Review and Hua Wenjie of the governor's office were in charge of the trials of the great Tang's prisons, while the other was in charge of the security of the capital. Now that assassins had appeared in Chang, and to openly kidnap Li Chengqian and Changle, it was reasonable to say that the two of them should be held accountable. Thus, when they learned of what had happened in Shi City, Lu Dui and Hua Wenjie sent people to deal with it while personally coming to the imperial palace to ask for forgiveness. This old subject is terrified. This old subject is guilty. At this moment, hearing Li Er's harsh words, the two old subjects hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Terrified? Did we say something wrong? Everyone says that the capital is an important and heavily guarded place, but our crown prince and princess only took a trip out of the imperial palace and were attacked by assassins. When did the security of Chang and fall into such chaos? Li Er slapped the table, his face ashen. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The two old subjects looked at each other and could only say this. At this time, Li Chengqian and Changle's life and death were unknown. Whatever the two of them said was superfluous. If something happened to Li Chengqian and Changle, the two of them would definitely lose their positions. Only if Li Chengqian and Changle were lucky enough to be safe would they be able to make up for their mistakes. Your Majesty, good news. The Marquis of Yom, an Taoist, Master Xian Qing, came to the rescue in time. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are both safe. At this moment, a young eunuch ran in from outside the hall and happily bowed to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Lu Dui, and Hua Wenjie's gazes all gathered on the little eunuch. What? Chengqian and Changle are both fine? What about the assassin? Did Li Zishuan catch the assassin? Li Er leaned forward, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. At this moment, Old Li was extremely glad that he had left Li Zishuan behind for questioning after morning court. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have already returned to Cloud Mountain. How would he have the time to save Li Chengqian and Changle? Reporting to Your Majesty, when head steward Zhao brought people to Shi City, Marquis Yong and Taoist Xianqing had already rescued His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess from the hands of the assassin. However, that assassin took advantage of the chaos to escape under the cover of his accomplices. Now, all the city gates of Chang and have been sealed. Taoist, Master Xianqing, and Manager Zhao are searching for the assassin's whereabouts. The young eunuch hurriedly bowed and answered. Li Er's expression turned cold as he said, immediately summon Chengqian and Changle back to the palace. Order Niu Jinda to lead 5,000 right guard soldiers to assist Zhao Song in searching for Zhao Song's whereabouts in the west of Chang. And Official Lu, Official Hua, the two of you will lead your men to track down the assassin. Before tomorrow's morning court, you must give me an explanation. I want to see who is so bold as to openly assassinate the princess and crown prince of the Tang Empire in Chang. And your servant obeys the decree. The young eunuch bowed and accepted the order. Then he quickly left the hall to deliver the decree. Lu Dui and Hua Wenjie's expressions turned solemn. They cupped their hands and said to Li Er, your servant obeys the decree. Speaking of which, the task that Li Er gave them could not be said to be light. One had to know that Chang and was vast and had a large population. It had 108 districts and millions of people. To find an assassin in this place was almost like finding a needle in a haystack. However, even so, they had no choice but to accept this task. This was because if they could not find the assassin when the crown prince of a country was assassinated, then they, as the minister of the Supreme Court and the governor of the capital, had seriously neglected their duties. Go. Li Er waved his hand and said lightly, your servant will take his leave. The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands to take their leave. After the two of them left the hall, Li Er walked up and down the hall alone with his hands behind his back. After a while, a gentle female voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, how are Chengqian and Changle? Before the person arrived, the voice came first. A moment later, Empress Zhongsun, appeared in the hall. Li Er hurriedly turned to greet her, holding her hand. He said with a comforting smile, "Don't worry, Guanyin. I just received news that Chengqian and Changle are fine. They are on their way back to the palace. You will see them in a while." "Fine." Empress Zhongsun opened her mouth in shock, somewhat in disbelief. Li Er nodded affirmatively and said, "They are fine." It was Li Zishuan and Taoist Master Xianqing, who rushed over in time after hearing the news and saved Chengqian and Changle from the hands of the assassin. "That's great." Empress Zhongsun patted the Yuxiangpu, greatly relieved. She then said, "When I heard that Chengqian and Changle had been attacked by an assassin, I was nearly scared half to death. Who would have thought that this time it was all thanks to the Marquis of Yong's intervention? Otherwise, if something were to happen to these two children, how would I live? Your Majesty, has the assassin been captured? Otherwise, if he continues to hide in the city, once Chengqian and Changle leave the palace, they will still be in danger." Hearing this, Li Er's expression froze. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "This assassin," not long after, the news that the Crown Prince and Princess Changle had been attacked by an assassin in the Western market spread. There were those who were shocked, those who were furious, and those who were indifferent. However, soon after, the common people learned that the various city gates had already been sealed. Soon after, large numbers of soldiers appeared on the various streets of Chang, and they each held a portrait and went from house to house, interrogating the whereabouts of the man in the bamboo hat. In a short period of time, the people of Chang were in a state of panic. Those ruffians who usually bullied men and women were all extremely careful and well-behaved. None of them wanted to be captured at such a crucial time. This was because this was a major case involving the assassination of the Crown Prince and Princess. If they were caught at such a critical juncture, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Therefore, regardless of whether this large-scale manhunt in the city could catch the assassin or not, the public security in Chang and city had improved by several levels because of this large-scale manhunt. Many hooligans were arrested and sent to the Supreme Court's prison. Li Zishuan rode Big White, quickly galloping in the direction of the imperial palace. Suddenly, a delicate and pretty young girl wearing a shabby white dress appeared in the middle of the road. Li Zishuan promptly reined in Big White. "Stop!" Big White finally stopped the horse's hooves when it was a foot away from the young girl. However, there was no fear on the young girl's face. It was as if she was completely confident that Li Zishuan could control the horse. "Hey, young girl, you—" Li Zishuan was just about to ask the young girl why she was standing alone in the middle of the road. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the young girl opposite him interrupted, "You must be the Marquis of Yong, and—" Li Zishuan was instantly puzzled. "Young girl, how do you know my identity?" Although Li Zishuan often appeared in Chang and city, and there were many citizens who knew him, the young girl in front of him didn't sound like a local from Chang. And yes, that's right. Not only did dialects exist in modern society, they also existed in ancient times. This young girl's accent was a bit like that of the Jiangnan region. Therefore, how could Li Zishuan not be surprised that such an outsider actually knew his identity? The young girl smiled slightly, a glint flashing across her eyes. She said, "Just now, when the Marquis of Yong rescued the Crown Prince and Her Royal Highness in Shi City, I was also present. Naturally, I knew of Marquis's identity." Li Zishuan was slightly taken aback. Realization dawned on him. "I see. Then what's your name? Why are you blocking my path?" Hearing this, the little girl hurriedly and carefully took out a folded piece of paper from her waist pouch and said, "Marquis, this little girl's name is not worth mentioning. Someone asked me to pass something to you." "Oh, what is it?" Li Zixuan's gaze froze. He hurriedly jumped down from Big White's back. In 3 steps, he arrived in front of the young girl and took the folded piece of paper from her hands, without waiting for him to unfold the paper. The young girl smiled sweetly and said, "Since Marquis has received the letter, then I will take my leave. Marquis, don't worry. I have never opened this letter. Oh, right. I found this on the tail of the mad cow in Shi City. It should be useful for you, Marquis." After saying this, without waiting for Li Zixuan's reply, she placed a piece of burnt black bamboo pipe in Li Zixuan's hands. Then she turned around and left. Very quickly, she disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 1585. Li Chengqian and Changle, who had almost been kidnapped by the assassin, quickly returned to the palace under the escort of a group of imperial guards. Empress Zhangsun, who had been worried for a long time, looked up and down at her son and daughter to see if they were missing any parts. After seeing the bruise on Li Chengqian's neck, Empress Zhangsun was naturally very distressed. She, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but be angry. That was the anger of a female eagle protecting her young. "Your Majesty, no matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of this assassin. No matter where he comes from, no matter what his intentions are, you must capture him. Otherwise, Chengqian, Changle, and even Qingke may encounter danger at any time in the future." Empress Zhangsun's tone was murderous, which was very rare for her, who had always been generous and benevolent. Li Er didn't feel strange about this. On the contrary, he understood Empress Zhangsun's feelings because he wanted to capture the assassin more than anyone else and then cut him into pieces. "Maid Guanyin, don't worry. That assassin dared to harm my children. No matter where he hides, I will find him. At this time, all the gates of Chang and city have been sealed. That assassin can't escape. After we capture him, we will cut him into 1,000 pieces." Li Er's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "Father, Chang, and has a population of 1 million. If the city gates are closed for a long time, it will have a great impact on the people's livelihood. Moreover, many people in Chang and city are merchants or farmers outside the city. If Father can't catch the assassin, will the city gates be closed for a day? Then if the merchants and farmers outside the city can't leave the city, won't they be unable to return home and cut off their livelihood? I think that the assassin should be caught, but I still hope that Father won't affect the livelihood of the ordinary people just to catch the assassin. Otherwise, Wei Zwiching will impeach Imperial Father and make him angry again." When Li Er was full of anger, Changle took a step forward and looked at Li Er seriously. She was kind-hearted and always thought more than others. Moreover, what she said was indeed the truth. The city gates of Chang and city were closed around 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, many merchants and farmers outside the city had just entered the city. However, when the city gates of Chang and city were suddenly closed, they couldn't go back even if they wanted to. Li Er was first stunned, then immediately smiled knowingly and said, "Ha, Changle knows how to care for me. But Changle, you don't have to worry. If we really can't find the assassin today, we won't keep the city gates locked. At the latest, I will have people open the gates of Chang and city again before noon tomorrow. I will not let Wei Xuanqing find an excuse to remonstrate. As for that assassin, even if we can't find him today, we don't believe that we can't find him in a month or even a year. And Father is wise." Changle nodded happily. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." Just as old Li's family was enjoying themselves, a young eunuch quickly walked in and bowed to Li Er. Li Er's expression turned solemn, and he said in a solemn voice, "Let him come in." "Here." The eunuch accepted the order and left. At this moment, Empress Zhangsun stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and must have something important to discuss with you. I, Chengqian, and Changle will take our leave first. But this time, Chengqian and Changle were in danger, and it was thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and that they saved us. Your Majesty, don't forget to reward me. Empress Zhongsun was grateful to Li Zishuan from the bottom of her heart. Without Li Zishuan, Li Chengqian and Li Tai might have fallen out because of fighting for favor. Changle's illness definitely wouldn't have been completely cured, and today Li Chengqian and Changle would have been kidnapped by the assassin. Empress Zhongsun even felt that Li Zishuan was like Qin Xiong, a noble of the Li family. Back then, Qin Xiong had saved the lives of Li Yuan's family many times. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the noble of Li Yuan's family. If not for this, Empress Zhongsun wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for a reward for an official no matter what. This was because she understood better than anyone the principle that the harem could not interfere in politics. He, we know what to do. Li Er nodded. Empress Zhongsun left with Li Chengqian and Changle from the back of the hall. Official Li Zishuan pays his respects to your Majesty. After the three left, Li Zishuan stepped into the hall and bowed to Li Er. Speaking of which, he had just left an hour ago. Who would have thought that he would return at this time? Rise. Li Er waved his hand. After Li Zishuan stood still, he said, Chengqian and Changle were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. It was thanks to you and Daoist Xianqing that you arrived in time and saved them. What reward do you want? If it's reasonable, we will definitely grant it to you. In the morning court more than 2 hours ago, Li Zishuan had just received a reward, directly increasing his fief by a county. However, just over 2 hours later, Li Er wanted to reward Li Zishuan again. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's imperial favor was probably something that few people could match. However, when Li Zishuan heard this, he did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he said with a serious expression, Your Majesty, I am not here to ask for a reward. I have an extremely urgent matter to report to Your Majesty. Li Er asked curiously, What is it? From his point of view, Li Zishuan was a little strange today. In the court, he had hinted in every possible way, but this guy just wanted to decline the reward. Now, he did not even care about what the reward was. Was this still the same person who would not act until he saw a rabbit? Li Zishuan took out a small piece of paper from the pouch at his waist and raised it above his head with both hands. Then, he said, I accidentally received a secret letter. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Secret letter? All of you, leave. Li Er was slightly shocked. He first dismissed his attendants, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Show it to me. As Zhao Song was currently outside the palace with the imperial guards, looking for the assassin's whereabouts, he naturally could not be in the main hall. Li Zishuan had also dismissed the rest of the people in the main hall, so the task of presenting the secret letter naturally fell on Li Zishuan's shoulders. Guards, quickly summon Zhongsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing into the palace for a discussion. Li Er expressionlessly took the secret letter from Li Zishuan's hands. When he opened it, his expression changed with a schwa. After a moment, Li Er first shouted out of the hall, then looked at Li Zishuan and said with a pale face, Where did you get this secret letter? Yes, Your Majesty. A series of replies came from outside the hall, and then someone went to deliver the decree. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's question, he clasped his hands and asked, Your Majesty, is the handwriting on this letter from General Li Junxian? Li Er lowered his head to take another look before nodding. It is indeed Junxian's handwriting. Li Zishuan asked again, Your Majesty, may I ask where General Li is now? Li Er replied, Several days ago, in order to investigate the origins of the Dragon King sect, Junxian specially infiltrated the Dragon King sect. Right now, wherever the Dragon King sect is, he should be there as well. Li Zishuan's heart trembled. He had guessed correctly. Li Junxian had really infiltrated the enemy camp, or else he would not have so much information on the Dragon King sect. If that's the case, the matter is very clear. Li Zishuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. The people of the Dragon King sect are currently hiding in the Serpent Spirit Mountain. They are preparing to attack Chang, and tomorrow, the words attack Chang, and immediately caused the atmosphere in the hall to turn somber. Li-Er's face was grim. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sneer. Humph! A mere Dragon King sect dares to dream of attacking Chang, and they came at the right time. We wanted to find them, but they delivered themselves to our doorstep. Your Majesty, you must not underestimate the enemy. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If they want to know how many soldiers Chang has and how many provisions we have, they will definitely be able to find out. On the other hand, the imperial court knows nothing about their situation, since the Dragon King sect dares to attack Chang, and their leader must be very confident. If we underestimate the enemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fang, and Duke Wei request an audience. At this moment, a eunuch ran in and bowed. Li-Er hurriedly said, "Summon." Yes. After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing, who had just finished the morning court, walked into Taiji Palace once again. Your subjects greet your Majesty. After Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing entered the hall, they hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed to Li-Er. Li-Er waved his hand. My three beloved subjects, there is no need to be so courteous. Without waiting for Li-Er to explain why he summoned them here, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, I heard that the Crown Prince and Changle were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. I wonder if the assassin, Zhang Sun Wuji, was a staunch member of the Crown Prince party. After hearing that Li Chengqian was attacked by an assassin, he was more furious than anyone else. At this moment, he had already sent out all of the Zhang Sun family's guards to assist Wu Ho in finding the assassin. Li-Er waved his hand. Assistant, we have already sealed off all the city gates and sent the Imperial Army and Wu Ho to find the assassin. However, we have not summoned you here for this matter. Marquis Yong, and show this secret letter to the three beloved subjects. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and bowed. Then he stepped forward and took the secret letter from Li-Er before passing it to Zhang Sun Wuji. After the three of them read the letter, their faces turned grim. As you can see, Junxian mentioned in the secret letter that the Dragon Sect plans to attack Chang and City tomorrow. The Marquis of Yong, Anne's opinion that the imperial court cannot underestimate the enemy under the cover of the enemy. I agree with him. At this time, Li-Er spoke up, but he immediately changed the topic. But now that we know where the Dragon Sect is hiding, why not take the initiative to send troops to Snake Spirit Mountain before they descend the mountain to cause trouble and catch them off guard? What do my beloved subjects think? Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing frowned. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before stepping forward and clasping his hands. Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate. Why? Li-Er was puzzled. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Firstly, Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is steep. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the imperial court sent an army to encircle the Seven Cultivators sect, they suffered heavy losses on Snake Spirit Mountain. Now that the Dragon sect has the guts to attack Chang and City, they must have at least 30 to 50,000 soldiers. Just based on this point, their strength is 100 times stronger than the Seven Cultivators sect. If we attack Snake Spirit Mountain rashly, the imperial court will suffer heavy losses. The gains will not make up for the losses. Chapter 1586. Plot. What kind of plot does the Heavenly Dragon sect have in Chang? And in the Sweet Dew Hall, the moment Zhangsun Wuji finished speaking, Li Er, who was seated at the head seat, could not help but frown. The Heavenly Dragon sect is plotting something. The capital might be in danger. This was the first sentence in Li Junxian's letter. From this, one could see that Li Junxian believed that the most important matter for the imperial court was to investigate the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot and resolve it. But the problem lay in what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot was. It wasn't written in the letter, and no one knew about it, much less resolve it. Thus, the three old officials and Li Zishuan all frowned as they tried to figure out what the Heavenly Dragon sect's secret plan was. After a long while, Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is to allow them to succeed tomorrow. They might have tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city and hundreds of spies inside the city. When the time comes, they might really be able to break through the gates of Chang. And thus, this old subject believes that although we don't know what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is, the imperial court must prepare a response in advance. We must prevent the Heavenly Dragon sect from dividing Chang, and from within." Hearing this, Li Jing nodded secretly. It was obvious that he approved of Old Fang's words. Li Er thought for a few moments before turning to Li Zishuan and asking, "Marquis Yong, and what do you think?" "It's here again. Di Renjia's classic line is here again." Even though this was an extremely solemn occasion, Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble in his mind when he heard Li Er ask, "What do you think?" But grumbling was grumbling. The problem still had to be solved. "Your Majesty, this subject agrees with Fang Xuanling's words." Li Zishuan, who was well-versed in emotional quotient, first affirmed Old Fang's analysis. Then, in order to avoid disappointing Li Er, he began to speak of his own opinion. General Li didn't mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot in Chang, and so he probably doesn't know either. This meant that this plot was the Heavenly Dragon sect's top secret. However, I believe that other than planting spies in Chang and city, there is also a possibility that the Dragon sect is using the followers that the Dragon sect had previously developed in Chang and city to plot something that would cause the imperial court to lose its prestige and His Majesty to lose face. By belittling the imperial court and praising themselves, not only would they be able to easily conquer Chang and city, but they would also be able to quickly win the hearts of the people after conquering Chang and city, and then control the entire world. Today, the Crown Prince and Princess Changle were nearly robbed in the Western market. It is very likely that this was done by members of the Heavenly Dragon sect. They wanted to kidnap the Crown Prince and Princess Changle to threaten His Imperial Majesty and even strike at His Imperial Majesty's prestige. What, Marquis Yong? And you're saying that the assassinations in Chengqian and Changle today were done by the Heavenly Dragon sect? Hearing Li Zishuan's last sentence, Li Eru's eyes narrowed and his face suddenly turned cold. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, what this subject has said is only a conjecture. It is a reasonable conjecture based on the evidence that we currently possess. Previously, when the assassin escaped from the Western market, this subject's martial uncle immediately pursued the assassin. However, in the end, he was unable to catch up. However, according to martial uncle, the assassin's martial arts originated from the Buddhist sect. Perhaps it is related to Buddhism. In addition, that assassin had many accomplices in Chang and city. If not for those accomplices, the assassin would not have been able to escape from martial uncle's eyes." Buddhist sect, accomplices. Hearing this, Li Eru's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked, You mean to say that the assassin could be the heavenly dragon sect Shakyamuni Dewey? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "This subject has just returned from the north. Previously, this subject has not met the venerable Du Yi of the heavenly dragon sect. However, this subject has heard of Du Yi. This person originated from the tantric sect of the western regions. Not only is he proficient in martial arts, he is also proficient in magic. Today, this subject believes that Shakyamuni Du Yi is a major suspect in the assassination of the Crown Prince and Princess Changle in the Western Market. Not only is he a suspect, he also has sufficient motive. This is because as long as either the Crown Prince or Princess Changle fall into his hands, when the heavenly dragon sect rises tomorrow, they will have the capital to threaten the court and your imperial majesty. At the same time, they will be able to strike a blow at the court's prestige among the common people." Bang! Humph! What a heavenly dragon sect! Truly preposterous. Li Eru had originally suspected the heavenly dragon sect, but that was only a suspicion. There was no evidence, nor was there any logical reasoning. Now, after hearing Li Zishuan's logical analysis, Li Eru slapped the table, unable to restrain his anger. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Imperial Majesty, please calm your anger. In reality, this is only this subject's conjecture. There is no sufficient evidence to prove that Shakyamuni Du Yi is, at that moment. In addition, even if Shakyamuni Du Yi is the assassin, he is currently hiding in the shadows. It will be very difficult for your Imperial Majesty to dispatch people to find him. In addition, General Li also mentioned in the secret letter that tomorrow not only will the heavenly dragon sect rise, but that the weather will change and thunder will roll. Does your Imperial Majesty not feel strange because of these words?" Li Eru frowned, doubtfully asking, "These words, could it be that they foretell tomorrow's weather?" Li Zishuan nodded. "This subject believes that this is very likely." Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. "But today the sky is clear and boundless. How can there be thunder tomorrow? In addition, this old man has never heard of General Li having the ability to predict the weather." Li Zishuan shook his head. "General Li does not have this ability. What about the Heavenly Dragon Sect? I have heard that the Heavenly Dragon Sect has not only recruited many disciples in Chang, but has also operated in Qingzhou for many years with tens of thousands of disciples. In this way, there are definitely some capable people among the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Being able to predict the weather is not surprising." Hearing this, Fang Xianling was puzzled. The weather changes unpredictably. How can mortals accurately predict it? Li Zishuan explained, "Everything in the world is fated. Even the weather has its own rules to follow. In fact, if you want to know if tomorrow's weather will change and thunder will roll as the secret letter said, it is very simple. You only need to ask one person." "You mean Li Chunfeng?" Li Eru's eyes flashed. Li Chunfeng was not only good at mathematics and astrology, he was also good at predicting the weather. It was because of his comprehensive ability that Li Eru relied heavily on him. "Your Imperial Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "The palace and Yanhuang College both have telegraph machines. Your Imperial Majesty can send a telegram directly from Chang, and I believe Master Li will be able to send tomorrow's weather to the palace through the telegraph machine." Li Eru pondered for a moment, then nodded and ordered outside the hall, "Men, bring me the telegraph machine." "Yes, sir." After a while, a soldier in silver armor walked into the hall with a big black box. Li Eru signaled Li Zishuan to operate the telegraph machine and send a telegram to Yun Shan. Among the 5 people present, only Li Zishuan knew how to operate the telegraph machine. After a series of beeping sounds, Li Eru's order was delivered to Yun Shan. The next step was to wait for Li Chuanfeng's reply from Yunshan. Speaking of which, Li Chunfeng used to visit his home in Chang, and every now and then. However, because of the astronomical telescope in the academy, Li Chunfeng had completely embarked on a path of no return. He wished that he could live in the academy all day long. If the dragon sect really has someone who can predict the weather, why would the dragon head of the sect choose to attack Chang, and in such bad weather? Li Jing could not help but wonder while waiting for Li Chuanfeng's reply. Generally speaking, weather with strong winds, heavy rain, and heavy snow was not suitable for marching and fighting. However, there was nothing that could be done about it if they were forced to fight in bad weather. However, when they knew that the weather was bad, they still planned to launch a military attack on that day. This was very puzzling. It was obviously not in line with military logic. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, the dragon head of the dragon sect thinks that attacking in such weather can catch the enemy off guard. Secondly, he might think that such weather is more conducive for the dragon sect members in the city to carry out their secret plans." Li Jing shook his head. It's true that attacking a city in thunderstorm weather can take the enemy by surprise, but the impact of the heavy rain on the attacking side is obviously greater than the defending side. Dragon sect choosing to attack in such weather is definitely not worth the loss. So, comparatively speaking, the second reason you spoke of is extremely likely. Li Jing was known as the Tang Empire's god of war. He was very experienced in marching and fighting. If even he said so, Li Zishuan had no reason to refute. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the unique DDD sound of the telegraph rang in the Sweet Nectar Hall. Li Zishuan quickly walked to the telegraph and listened attentively. Well, the way he used the telegraph was different from everyone else. With his super memory, not only did he not need to record the code manually, he also did not need to hold a password book to translate the code one by one. His brain was like a humanoid computer, able to record and translate the code in real time. Mo Huai was the one controlling the telegraph at Yunshan. At this moment, the academy was in the middle of the final examination. Li Tai did not have time to send a telegram, so Mo Huai, as the leader of the physics department, had to do it himself. Not long after, the DDD sound gradually stopped. Li Zishuan walked up to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, news from Yinshan has come. According to Priest Li's prediction, there will be thunderstorms in the vicinity of Chang, and starting from tomorrow morning." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. At this point, Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others had no choice but to believe that there would be thunderstorms tomorrow. Of course, this also proved that the dragon sect was indeed full of capable people. Li Er's face was solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, "No matter what, the dragon sect's plot in Chang and must be thoroughly investigated by tomorrow. Marquis Yong, and since Li Junxian has given you the secret letter, it means that he believes that you can solve the dragon sect's plot. Thus, we will leave this matter to you. We will do our best to satisfy your needs." Chapter 1587. Brother Xiao Xian, Changle is here to thank you. Thank you for saving me and Brother Crown Prince in Shi City. Changle has been learning needlework from Li and the others recently. I've embroidered a pair of mandarin duck pouches for Brother Xiao Xian and Sister Yushi. Don't think that Changle's embroidery isn't pretty. There's mint, cloves, mugwort leaves, and patchouli in it. It can get rid of dampness and heat, and it can also refresh the mind and benefit the brain. Outside Taiji Palace, beside the arch bridge near the Gate of Heaven Influence, Changle hesitated for a moment after seeing Li Jing leave. Then, she took out 2 white pouches embroidered with patterns from her waist and handed them to Li Zishuan. She said with some embarrassment, Changle, I saved you and Chengxian out of friendship. Why do you need to spend so much effort to embroider these things? Li Zishuan felt that he couldn't accept these two pouches. They were too ambiguous and could easily be misunderstood by others. It was fine to misunderstand him, but if it involved Changle, this matter would be serious. After all, Changle was a princess of the Tang Empire. If she was misunderstood to have an unclear relationship with an official, Li Zishuan was sure that Old Li would definitely take a sword and chase him all over Chang, and to kill him. Changle said with a determined expression, "That's right. It's because Brother Xiao Xian treats Changle and Brother Crown Prince as friends that Changle has to take out my heart to thank you after being saved by you. Also, these two pouches weren't sewn by me on the spot. They were already sewn a few days ago. Brother Xiao Xian, quickly accept them. Also, let Sister Yushi help me see if there's anything wrong with my embroidery. Sai, when will Changle's embroidery be half as good as Sister Yushi's?" After saying that, the little girl sighed regretfully. Her face didn't reveal any strange expression. This made Li Zishuan wonder if he had been thinking too much. It was just two pouches. How could the pure Changle have those groundless feelings between a man and a woman? He was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Li Zishuan convinced himself in his heart. Seeing that Changle had been holding out her hands for a long time, he hurriedly stepped forward and took the pouch from Changle's hands. He put it in front of his eyes and glanced at it. Although the mandarin ducks on the pouch couldn't be said to be lifelike, at least they looked like real ones. This was quite difficult for an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Therefore, he couldn't help but say, "Ha! Changle, you are still young. You don't have to compete with others. When you grow up, no one can compare with your embroidery skills." When Changle heard that, he immediately lit up with joy and said, "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, could it be that Changle's embroidery is ugly, so you deliberately said nice things to comfort Changle?" Li Zishuan said with a straight face, "How is that possible? Changle, it's rare for you to have such excellent embroidery at such a young age. At your age, Yushi is probably not as good as you in embroidery. But then again, Changle, you are the princess of the Tang Empire and the pearl in His Majesty's palm. You don't have to study embroidery too deeply." Changle was happy at first, but then she couldn't help but secretly say in her heart, the princess of the Tang Empire is also a woman. She also has to take care of her husband and children. She only dared to say these words in her heart. In reality, even if she had twice the courage, she wouldn't dare to say it to Li Zishuan face to face. "All right, I've accepted the gift. I have to go do my work. Just now, His Majesty gave me a task. If I don't do it well, your brother Xiaoxian will be punished." Looking at the position of the sun in the sky, Li Zishuan estimated that it was almost noon. He hurriedly put away the two pouches and said, Changle's eyes flashed with reluctance. Then she nodded and said, "Yes." "Then, Brother Xiaoxian, you go to your work. Well, how about I send Brother Xiaoxian out of the palace?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. It's not the first time I've come to the palace. I'm very familiar with it. I won't get lost. Changle, go back quickly." What a joke! If the beloved daughter of Li Er was to be his guide, how bad would it be if it reached old Li's ears? Changle pouted slightly and said with some reluctance, "Brother Xiaoxian, let Changle send you off again. If it weren't for you today, at least one of us would have died. If I don't do something for you, Changle won't be at peace." Seeing Changle's pleading face, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to say, all right, then Brother Xiaoxian will have the honor of letting Changle be your tour guide today, and tour the palace." "Brother Xiaoxian, what's a tour guide?" "A tour guide. The so-called tour guide is someone who guides tourists to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Oh, okay. Then Changle will be Brother Xiaoshuan's tour guide today. Brother Xiaoxian, look, when we leave the Gate of Heaven Influence, on the left are the Minxia Outer Province, the Jianzhong Province, and the Zuqianiu Guard. On the right are the Zhongshu Outer Province, the Square Building, and the Zuqianiu Guard. The imperial city in the middle of Chang, and which was most of the southwest area within the walls of the Ming Dynasty, with the Gate of Heaven Influence as the boundary, could be divided into the inner imperial city and the outer imperial city. The inner imperial city was where Li Er worked and lived. In layman's terms, the inner imperial city was what people often referred to as the palace. The outer imperial city housed the core administrative organization of the Li Tang dynasty. It included the 9 temples which had evolved from the 3 ministers and 9 ministers during the Northern Qi dynasty. Grand Secretary Guanlu Sun, Wei Wei, Grand Servant, Minister of Justice De Honglu, Zhongzheng, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Finance. There were also the 3 provinces, Zhongshu Inner Province, Minxia Inner Province, and Shangshu Inner Province. There were also the 6 ministries, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works. In addition to these, there were also the offices of the 12 guards of the capital. Of course, these 12 guards would slowly develop into the 16 guards. Speaking of which, if Changle hadn't introduced all the offices here today, Li Zishuan wouldn't have been able to recognize many of them. The main reason was that this fellow rarely interacted with the various departments of the imperial court, so naturally, he wasn't familiar with the specific locations of these offices. Isn't this the imperial ancestral temple? What are they moving inside? If one went right from the Gate of Heaven Influence and then went south, they would be able to leave the imperial city through the Gate of Peace. At this time, Li Zishuan happened to see a group of eunuchs carrying sacks of something into the imperial ancestral temple. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiaoxian, you don't know. Previously, Imperial Father ordered the 6 ministries of the imperial court to prepare to attack the Turks. Imperial Father plans to offer sacrifices to the imperial ancestral temple the day before the army departs, praying for the ancestors to bless the army's triumphant return. The eunuchs in the palace will buy incense and sacrificial offerings in advance to prepare for later needs." Changle looked in the direction of the voice. A moment later, she turned to Li Zishuan and replied, Chapter 1588. How are the preparations on Venerable Du Yi's side? In a secret chamber on Snake Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect stood with his hands behind his back. He was still wearing his iron mask. Reporting to Dragon Head, the Venerable sent a message through a pigeon saying that the deployment in Chang and city has been completed. Once the auspicious hour arrives tomorrow, the Venerable will give Li Shimin a big surprise. At that time, our sect members in Chang and city will lead the rioting Chang and citizens to attack together. Chang and city will fall in the blink of an eye. Standing behind the dragon head was Zhang Liang, the finger judge of the heavenly dragon sect. Hearing the iron-masked man's question, Zhang Liang hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. Good. The iron-masked man laughed, then turned to look at Zhang Liang and asked, "How are the preparations on General Luo's side?" Zhang Liang bowed slightly and replied, "Dragon Chief, General Luo has already transferred 30,000 people who are loyal to the dragon sect into the Heavenly Dragon Army. When we attack the city tomorrow, these 30,000 people will be the vanguard, while the 20,000 main force of the dragon sect will support them from the side. Once the city gates of Chang and city are open from the inside, the 20,000 elites will immediately charge into the city and lead the followers into the imperial city." Good, good, good. The iron-masked man cheered loudly. It was obvious that he was extremely excited at this moment. He then smiled and said, "Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Tomorrow, when the weather changes and thunder rolls, it will be the day when the dragon sect ascends to the top of this world." Zhang Liang congratulates the dragon head on obtaining the dragon throne. Zhang Liang bowed with an excited expression. The iron-masked man walked to Zhang Liang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Huh, after this is done, this seat will not forget your contributions. Du Yi will become the national preceptor of the great Tang, and you, Zhang Liang, will become the right servant of the great Tang." The right servant of the great Tang was the prime minister, the head of the civil officials. However, the great Tang abolished the position of prime minister and changed it to the left and right servant of the great Tang. Zhang Liang's breathing quickened when he heard this. He quickly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands to the iron-masked man, saying, "Subordinate Zhang Liang is willing to die for the dragon head and help the dragon head accomplish your great cause." "Ha ha ha, my beloved minister, please rise." The iron-masked man nodded. He knew better than anyone else that the closer they were to success, the more unstable their hearts would be, and the easier it would be for them to make mistakes. In order to avoid any accidents, he could only draw a grand blueprint and a beautiful future for his subordinates, letting them work together for his goal. In the end, these were just some methods to win over people's hearts. It couldn't be said to be brilliant, but at this time, it was extremely useful. Zhang Liang's current performance was the best proof. I heard that Li Junjian performed very well in the Earth Emanations group. Is that true? After a moment of silence, the iron-masked man suddenly asked. It was said that not long after Li Junxian had joined the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Dragon Head had made an exception and promoted him to the Earth Fiend group due to his outstanding performance. The other ordinary members of the Heavenly Dragon sect were all envious of him. Zhang Liang's face instantly turned unnatural. The iron-masked man had ordered his finger cut off precisely because Li Junxian had brought back the Heavenly Dragon Sect's account books, causing others to privately call him the finger-chopping judge. Thus, Zhang Liang had always harbored a grudge against Li Junjian, but the iron-masked man clearly admired Li Junjian. How could Zhang Liang, with his normal emotional intelligence, choose to speak ill of Li Junjian at a time like this? Fortunately, he was bent over and had his head lowered. The iron-masked man looked down from above and couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, the iron-masked man would have been able to see through his thoughts. Replying to the dragon head, "Your subordinate has also heard that Li Junjian has been diligent in his training in the Earth Fiend group and has never been lazy. He has always been one of the best in all the examinations, and even General Luo has praised him. He truly is a good seedling. Your subordinate truly admires the dragon head's discerning eye for talent." Zhang Liang raised his head, the unnatural expression on his face gone, replaced by sincerity and admiration. "Ha ha, good. The dragon sect should have more brave and fearless youths like Li Junjian." The iron-masked man laughed loudly, pausing for a moment before giving another order. "Since the deployment in Chang and city has been completed, let Du Yi return to the Snake Spirit Mountain quickly. When the army attacks the city tomorrow, we still need him to boost the morale of the Dragon Sect members." Zhang Liang nodded and replied, "Yes, Dragon Head." Zhang Liang turned and left, while the iron-masked man turned and sat on the tiger skin couch, fantasizing that after tomorrow he would rule the world and Li Shimin would become his prisoner. The iron-masked man could not help but let out a burst of wild laughter. "Hee, Li Shimin, tomorrow I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood. Hee. For a moment, the room was filled with the iron-masked man's sinister laughter. Hee. In the valley to the north of the snake's spirit mountain, countless burly men in black held Modeo and hacked at the wooden stakes in front of them again and again. Sweat rolled down their foreheads, but no one dared to wipe it off. Their clothes were already drenched in sweat. This was an elite force of disciplined soldiers. Li Junxian was among them, and at his level of martial arts, this sort of training was naturally easy and casual for him. But he was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and his public identity was that of a hunter. He naturally didn't dare to reveal all his martial arts, so he could only act like the others, using all his strength to wield the MO saber. I finally heard that the Marquis of Yong and had returned to Chang, but I'm now in prison. I wonder if that little girl delivered my letter to the Marquis of Yong, and I wonder if the Marquis of Yong will be able to investigate the dragon sex scheme in Chang. And Li Junxian thought to himself as he continued to wield the Modeo and pretend that it was very strenuous for him. One could say that he was doing 3 things at once. Right now, he had no place to use his martial prowess. He could only place his hopes on that little girl who had accidentally come to the base of the snake spirit mountain to pick herbs. Little girl, who told you to come here to pick herbs? What's wrong? I can't pick herbs here? I see that there are many herbs here that can be sold for a lot of money. Wow, there's a Lingji up there. Wow, I'm rich. I'm rich. Oh, it's too high. I can't climb up. Big brother, can you help me pick the Lingji up? Little girl, there are many bandits on this mountain. If you still want to live, you should leave as soon as possible. Oh, but this Lingji can be sold for a lot of money. With this money, I can buy my little sister a portion of the chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Little girl, I'm afraid that you won't have the life to spend some money. I don't care. Isn't it because the bandits didn't notice me? Big brother, I beg of you, please help me pick that stalk. Little girl, you really want money more than your life. I can help you, but you have to help me deliver a letter to Chang. And, okay, I've come to Chang and to participate in the Yanhuang College's entrance examination. I'm very familiar with this place, so I'll definitely be able to deliver the letter. Li Junxian couldn't help but bitterly smile as he recalled the scene from this morning. How could he have so easily trusted a little girl that he had never met? If he didn't deliver the letter, he would have to die 10,000 times. Marquis, what do you think? Should we just forget about it? These incense sticks were all transported from the great Xingshan temple, so there shouldn't be any problems. After all, we were there with them. Outer Imperial City, Imperial Ancestral Temple. The old eunuch couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression after hearing Xiao En's words. He turned around and clasped his hands toward Li Zishuan. Big brother, little Xian. Changle's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. She tugged on Li Zishuan's sleeves, indicating that Li Zishuan shouldn't clash with the old eunuch. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. It seems like this old eunuch status in the palace isn't low. Even Changle had to give him some face. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Zishuan chose to take a step back for now. Since Stewardin can vouch for me, this marquis can be at ease. Chang and city has been very chaotic recently, so this marquis was a little suspicious. Steward, and please don't take it to heart. I wouldn't dare. The old eunuch's eyes narrowed into slits, and he smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. The Marquis of Yong, and is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. He is loyal to the emperor, and his spirit is commendable. I only have admiration and respect for you. I will never, nor will I dare to blame you for anything. Fine. If that's the case, then this marquis will take his leave. Li Zishuan nodded and said lightly. Then he left with Changle. Suddenly, he felt as if his eyes were blinded by something. Looking in the direction of the light, Li Zishuan could only see that the young eunuch had his hands tucked into his sleeves. On such a hot day, it was very strange. Li Zishuan pretended not to see it, and quietly walked towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with Changle. "Brother Xiaoxian, don't you want to know Steward An's identity?" After walking a distance, Changle couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I want to." "Then why don't you ask me? I'm the most familiar with the matters in the palace," Changle said doubtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, because I know that even if I don't ask, someone will definitely say it." "Brother Xiaoxian, you—" Changle was speechless, but after hesitating for a moment, she still said, "Steward An's name is Dajong. He's an old man who previously served by Imperial Grandfather's side. He has a very good relationship with eldest uncle. After Imperial Father ascended the throne, Steward An was arranged to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to guard the memorial tablets of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Shizu. Although it's like this, Steward An relies on his previous connections and has quite a bit of prestige in the palace. Moreover, due to Imperial Grandfather's relationship, Imperial Father also can't be too harsh on Steward An. Therefore, Changle didn't want Brother Xiaoxian to have a conflict with Steward An. After Li Yuan ascended the throne, his father Li Gui was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Yuan, and the temple was named Shizu. His grandfather Li, who was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Jing, and the temple was named Emperor Taizu. Both memorial tablets were enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple to receive the incense of future generations. So this is Li Yuan's steward eunuch. No wonder he's so arrogant. Li Zishuan heard this and suddenly understood. He muttered in his heart and then looked at Changle and said gently, "And I understand. Thank you, Changle, for the reminder." Changle smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Xiaoxian, you're welcome." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, all right, we're already at Vermilion Bird Gate. Changle, as a tour guide, you should return to the palace. Brother Xiaoxian still has important matters to attend to and can't stay in the Imperial City any longer." "Oh." Changle looked at Li Zishuan reluctantly, but she didn't want to show it too obviously. The reluctance in her eyes only flashed for a moment. She nodded and said softly, "Then, Brother Xiaoxian, I'll return to the palace first. Take care. Also, don't worry if you can't complete the mission that Imperial Father gave you. When the time comes, Changle will plead for mercy for you." Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself, saying, "Ha! Then I'll thank Changle in advance for her kindness. Oh, right. These 2 days, Chang and city isn't peaceful. Changle, you and Chengqian try not to leave the palace. Just stay in the palace and don't go anywhere. Understand?" He thought about how the dragon sect would attack Chang and city tomorrow and detonate the hidden bombs buried in the city. He couldn't help but want to remind Changle. Changle's heart warmed as she nodded heavily and said, "And I'll listen to Brother Xiaoxian and stay in the palace with Brother Crown Prince these 2 days. We won't go anywhere." Go back quickly." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "And Brother Xiaoxian, take care." Changle waved her hand and turned to leave. Gradually, Changle disappeared from sight. The smile on Li Zishuan's face also disappeared. He didn't directly leave Vermilion Bird Gate, but turned right and walked towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple again. The Dragon Sect, the true Dragon Son of Heaven. Does the Dragon Sect want to be the true Dragon Son of Heaven, or is it related to the true Dragon Son of Heaven? This Dajong, I'm afraid there's something wrong with him. After knowing the identity of the old eunuch, Li Zishuan did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt a sense of danger. First, There was the assassination in Shi City, and then there was the strange smell that he smelled in front of the imperial ancestral temple. Then, there was the light that flashed on the little eunuch's sleeve before he left. Combined with the old eunuch's identity, these seemingly unrelated events seemed to have some kind of connection when he thought about it carefully. It was extremely frightening. Therefore, Li Zichuan didn't plan to leave the imperial city. He had to thoroughly investigate the abnormality in the imperial ancestral temple. As for why he wanted to send Changle away, it was mainly because he saw a flash of cold light on the little eunuch's sleeve in front of the imperial ancestral temple. That was obviously a sharp dagger. Li Zichuan was very confident in his martial arts. As long as the little eunuch dared to make a move, he was 100% sure that he could subdue him in an instant. However, Li Zichuan wasn't clear about the old eunuch's position and depth. He wasn't sure if Dijon would make a move on Changle while he was subduing the little eunuch. Therefore, for Changle's safety, Li Zichuan could only think of a way to send the little girl away first.